Hey everyone, Meteorologist here in Tuttle with you. Been watching the storms down there in southwest Oklahoma. For a while they had a tornado warning on them and they were not producing a tornado. They were producing some large hail and some damaging wind for about a half an hour. So they were struggling to do so. So I just kind of watched it instead of going live because obviously there wasn't anything to talk about other than the hail and wind at that time. But now they have, in the last about 5 minutes or so, has produced a small tornado west of Geronimo. So we're going to talk about that and the rest of the coverage of storms that have been making their way through Oklahoma. So let me send out a couple more things here. Sorry, I had a little issue there with one of the broadcast feeds that didn't want to cooperate, which happens. So when it does, it's a chaotic catastrophe. So I gotta be quick on my feet, and that still takes a few minutes to get that resolved. So that's all done. So thanks for your patience on that, and be sure to tell your friends and family about AT's weather, how they can tune in to watch the live tornado coverage that we're going to do here right away. All right, so if you, of course, the Oklahoma City are looking out west, see clear blue skies. If you live in southern Oklahoma City out toward Moore, you're not seeing clear blue skies. It's kind of dark out there. If we pan the camera around here to a eastward direction, you can see the clouds off in the background, and then down in the southeastern parts down toward the Moore area, some thunderstorms down there. So right now, that's the only thing going on here across Oklahoma City metro area, so that's good news for us for right now. All right, so let's take a look here what we got. Two things we'll do. First, we'll start you in here to show you. They do have a couple of showers and thunderstorms here across the greater Oklahoma City metro area. So it does extend down around the Moore region like we talked about, and then up from there to Shawnee, and then up around the Guthrie area. But these are nothing to write home about, nothing severe. A little bit of lightning with that, and that's about it. What we're focused on is down here in southwestern Oklahoma. So it's this little cluster down here. This is south of Chickasha. So we're going to be focusing our time here for right now in the short term, get you caught up to see what's been happening. Okay, so we take a look at this storm system that has moved through the Lawton area. It does have a couple of polygon boxes, which means for tornado warning. So there's now two in effect. One was a confirmed spotted tornado earlier, just west of Geronimo, and the other one is a new radar-indicated tornado developing here around Old City. And this velocity cup that we're seeing right here does indicate that would be a significant issue of a tornado, which we did not have in the earlier stages of the storm system. This is the first time this feature has shown up. So we do have a bona fide look in the velocity data. This is on Camelback Road in 9 Mile Road. So that is where that particular tornado is located. There's that strong rotation signature where it shows the colors on the screen. Again, this little area right here. This is the reflectivity of the heavy rain on the left. Again, the triangle represents the tornado here on the map. If we look at the cross-correlation coefficient, as far as picking up any debris or damage, I don't see anything yet. Maybe in the next volume scan we will. But as far as the radar is concerned, we're looking at about 3,500 feet. So we should have at least minimum a funnel in this case, but with the strong winds that I'm detecting around 60 to 70 miles per hour, I'd go ahead and call it a tornado at this point in time. So we'll just see what is out there that may get picked up by the radar beams. So if I take off the radar for a minute and I zoom in, there are some trees here that this will be hitting, so we should be able to see that in the radar data from the dual pole. And there are a couple of farmhouses up to the north and east, so hopefully these folks are in their shelters right now, if they are home indeed. So that is what we have right now as far as this particular tornado heading in toward the Old City area. So be in your shelters for that. And we'll give you the specifics here in a minute. The other one down here in Geronimo, I want to go ahead and back this up just a bit. This is where I believe it was just two frames right here. This frame and this frame. This was around a few minutes before the hour. After that, that has since diminished. That original circulation, and then a new one looks like has formed right here on the back side. Let me see if that's, could be some noise in this. This just came up. It is on the back side, which would be an odd place for it. Looks like it might actually be legit. Interesting. So anyway, so that would be the next location. So a secondary tornadic circulation. This would be over County Road North 2530 and East Road 1770. Again, southwest of Toronto, about just a couple of miles. So be in your shelters, that system passes by you. Okay, so the wording on this and the speed.
Severe hail detected.
This first one here, tornado warning goes until about 6 o'clock. Motion to the east at about 12 miles per hour. This is a slow mover. Hail sizes for this leading edge is up around 2.75 inches. That's a big hail. So we're getting close to that tennis ball size hail in the wording. You also notice that it says 80 miles per hour and destructive. In other words, they're saying it's a destructive thunderstorm, whether or not it's going to produce a tornado. Regardless, the one out here west of Lawton, you guys have been getting hammered with hail and wind in your city. Still getting hail in that area. Radar estimates up around 2 inches in diameter or greater. And there has been some hail reports here. There's a 4-inch size hailstone right there in downtown Lawton. Here's one for 3-inch size, and there's one for 2.5. So anywhere from baseball size up to basically grapefruit size in the city of Lawton. So that's a lot of damage. And they also had some wind damage as well. Tree damage reported in Lawton. Now that can be some small limbs, bigger limbs, leaves, kind of up to interpretation unless they get more specific on the wording. But needless to say, a lot of hail and wind around the Lawton area, whereas the tornado aspect of it has been east that area toward the Duncan. So again, Duncan being your shelters for this particular thunderstorm as it approaches your area from the west. Like we said, moving pretty slow at about 15 miles per hour. And then down here, the one in Geronimo, again on the backside, old tornado circulation center is moving into the Walters area. And this is the deal is on this, let me make sure the warning hasn't been dropped for that. The official warning was supposed to go until 5:15 until 5:45. So yeah, this is the updated warning for this one. Confirmed tornado located 4 miles northwest of Walters or 5 miles south of Geronimo, moving southeast at 40. That was the last update from the National Weather Service. So Walters, Geronimo, Temple, and Hewlin in the path of this particular storm. Let's see here. And that will also affect mile marker 45. Interstate 44 between mile marker 20 and 31. So a lot of times we'll give these mile marker reports in case folks are watching and they're streaming live in their vehicles and they want to know, hey, am I about to drive into that thing? What you can do to avoid that is use my weather app, AT's Weather to Go. Since it tracks your GPS location, it should keep you out of harm's way and let you know if you're about to drive into something you don't want to drive into. That's on the Apple and Google Play Store. Just search for AT's Weather to Go or my name, Aaron Tuttle. All right, so let's see. Let's go back in. First off, again, if you're just now joining, you're kind of late. We're focused down here in southwest Oklahoma. So we do have some showers and some weak thunderstorms here in central Oklahoma. They're not what we're talking about here. It's this cluster down in south and west. And then we have some other thunderstorms up here around the Panhandle, around Beaver and southwestern Kansas. We'll show you those here in a second. Right now we're getting you caught up on what was happening down here in this little quadrant of the state. And these making their way to the east and southeast. All right, so they're not going to be heading toward Oklahoma City. They will be heading in the opposite direction. We talked about that at our lunchtime live last night and today. Just kind of give you an update on that. All right, so let's go back in here. We'll look for some features. Let's see. First off, let's see if we can't get... we're going to do this. We're going to update that one, and while that one's updating, go back over here to this one, and let me see. A lot of times I will flip through a lot of different radar looks and positions because I want to make sure we don't miss anything. All right, so that little brief circulation that was located here, it was a little curious because on the back side, and typically you don't have a tornado on this part of the storm. It has since gusted out, so if it actually was one, these two winds diverged and it died out. So that's great. So if and when that was a 1 or 2 minute circulation, it is gone. So the leftover from the Walters wind, there's nothing left on radar to indicate the tornado is currently active. I don't see any live reports coming in from that area, so that's good news while you guys are seeking shelter in Walters. So that older circulation has since diminished a long time ago. So, but stay in your shelters, never disregard a tornado warning, but you can at least feel a little bit better as that storm approaches as the current status of things right now. All right, so that's the Walters wind. That's south of Geronimo. Okay, back over here to the Duncan situation. Now this one, I believe... let's go here. We talked about Oil City, right? Now that was when I got on the air, that looked pretty good on the velocity data, and since then has diminished. So these are very short-lived. Part of the reason may be because I mentioned earlier in the data, you got some pretty high cloud bases, so you're not in a situation where the what we call the lift and condensation level is just too high. And when that happens, it's very hard to get a tornado. The cloud base is so much taller than it needs to be to produce easily to produce tornadoes. So that's a limiting factor. And so these storms have to overcome that in this part of the state, even though they have some of the other ingredients working in their favor. Now, the probability of the tornadoes I was watching, these algorithms over the last half hour have been holding in the 40s, so 40 percentile range. I haven't seen them go any higher than that, but we've used this scale before. So if you're thinking if a higher number means a guaranteed tornado and a lower number means it isn't, that's not necessarily the case. What I've noticed the best way to use that is if the number ramps up or down. If they're ramping down, it means this threat's over. If it's ramping up, that means that the threat is on. So that's kind of how we're going to use those numbers. So if you do see me pull out the algorithms on these little experimental features, that's how we would approach that. Okay, so if you're in Duncan, the circulation center is kind of on the southwest side of town. West Boisde Arcade Avenue looks like, and South 27th Street. So that is where that we're kind of focused on as far as anything that would produce a tornado in that circulation area. You can see, if I again look at this particular map, as far as the state is concerned, everything looks good. We have a storm way out here in the southeastern Texas Panhandle, but it's only right here in this part of Oklahoma where things have gotten a little carried away, and that will be kind of let's just say a small cluster that won't affect a whole lot of people, thank goodness, but the ones that do get affected will have some pretty nasty results out of that. So we've mentioned the hail and the wind. Okay, so this thing is updated. Let me see here. Okay, I wanted to zoom in and put the streets a little bit bigger for you to read on the screen. I got two different radar programs. One, the streets are a little smaller. This one's a little bigger. It's just different. This is different GUI, different graphics. All right, so this is right along Highway 81 is where this intersection is for this. You probably see a wall cloud with this. Let's see, there's between Seminole Road, and it's not, there it is, West Seminole Road. So that's basically the intersection where you're probably going to see a wall cloud here on the southwest side of Duncan. Moving to the east, southeast. So that is where you're going to look for a potential developing tornado. So in other words, there's nothing in the data right now that would suggest that is the case on the ground, which is good. But that is what we're going to be watching for. All right, so let's go back here to this one. Geronimo, there's some, what you will see, these little hot spots. So let me do a little deal here. So there's hot spots. There's 60 miles per hour. This one right here, so 68 miles per hour. So you're going to get these little pockets of damaging wind that is going to be problematic in some of these thunderstorms. In the Duncan area, you guys are widespread winds up around 50 miles per hour in your area. So that's typical for a severe thunderstorm. It's when they get up around 80 to 90. That's when they're atypical, and that's when things get really destructive in that regard. Let's see here. So that is the latest here with southwest parts of Oklahoma. So now you're updated, and honestly, everything's kind of congealing. Looks like into one major supercell. So we had, let's see, how can I do this? We'll use this color right here. We actually kind of had two separate cells, one there and one here, right? And this one has overtaken the back end of this one. So this has really messed up the structure of the storm. And that can a lot of times disrupt any tornado genesis of it. So that may be the saving grace for you guys in Duncan because of what happened, is what's happening currently. Now what that eventually means is that these will eventually merge, become happy, become one big cell, and it will travel to the kind of an east-southeastward fashion, and it will go into an area favorable for producing a tornado for a while. So it means it may likely end up doing so, and it could be a significant one, which can be an EF2 in strength or so. So that'll be the focus we will watch for. So if you guys in Ardmore, Ringling, Loco, Springer, Marietta, Leon, down here along the Red River, just stay heads up. You'll eventually have to deal with this thunderstorm as it works its way toward your area. All right, so I'm going to read, let's see, while we're looking at this real quick, let me see what the Weather Service was saying.
Severe hail detected.
Tracking 2 intense supercells, one over Lawton, one over Duncan, blah, blah, blah. They will track across Cotton, Jefferson, Clay counties over the next hour. And that's it. So nothing really. Okay. All right. Sometimes there's some good information in that chat, and other times there's not. So I have to pause every now and then to go read it just to see if there's anything worthwhile to pass along to you. Okay. So let's see. Let's take a look here at some other. Oh, let me go up to northwest Oklahoma as well. I know I talked about seeing that. And the other thing I wanted to check on is the bad wind profile down here. Let's see. It's on the south end of the boundary. So if we take this view. Okay, so what we have at the surface where these storms are feeding into is a southeasterly wind versus a southwesterly wind because they're on the northern end of this boundary. So what that means is the winds are going from the southeast to a south to a southwest to a westerly direction. In other words, so they're turning with height as you go up in the atmosphere from the surface up to around like 15,000 feet. And they're pretty decent wind speeds, around 30, sometimes 40 knots. So for this time of the year, that's pretty good, and that will cause the storm to rotate like crazy in that case. And then we'll have to see if they can produce a tornado. And this is the boundary I'm talking about. This guy right here. It's a very strong outflow boundary that this particular storm kind of grabbed into, but it kind of continues on a warm front that's kind of down along the Red River Valley. And I can show you that in this view. Let's go over here. Right here. Okay, so that's what you see right here. See how these winds are out of the east, and they kind of feed up in this area. So you do have a boundary. There's dew point values in the 70s here, and they're mostly in the 60s here. So there's a little kind of a pseudo warm front. But regardless, this boundary is the focus that you can get extra vorticity or spin along this. So this is when a thunderstorm can come along this boundary and ingest it in the updraft. You can end up getting a little extra spin, which can cause the tornado. Secondly, if it's already or about to produce a tornado, it can help to strengthen the tornado. So this down here in this area of the state, which again goes down around Ardmore, etc., you guys want to be on your toes because this can help out to produce a little bit better of a tornado situation. Okay, so I want to bring that to your attention down there. Let's see, what else we got? Go back here. Okay, so we mentioned the storms out east of the metro. Just want to show you that there is a severe thunderstorm warning with this, but it's for pockets of these little wind areas, which is up around 55 to 58 miles per hour along I-40. So it's technically a supercell, or excuse me, a damaging wind is around 58. It's an engineering number just as far as what it can do to structures, etc. But it's on the low end, right? That's a low end minimum of damage versus an upper end where you can get like 70, 80, 90, which are orders of magnitude much stronger. But regardless, this is how you can get some damaging winds as you have these little... It was really a weak storm collapse. And so that momentum of that energy that went up in the atmosphere has to turn around and come back down. And so you get these kind of almost a macro burst situation. A micro burst is like a downdraft that comes out in one small area, just a couple of miles. It can be up to 5 miles or so in a circumference. This was more elongated and a lot bigger, so it's more of a macro burst, which means it covers a larger area that this downdraft is going through. And so even though the radar may estimate at times these little pink areas up around 60 miles per hour, it may not have the perfect measurement over the perfect spot where it might exceed that. So anytime you get a downdraft signal on the radar, you can end up with pockets of damage where that measuring units that we use for either radar or surface isn't going to catch. So in either way, regardless, that's why there is a severe thunderstorm watch for you guys out there, or severe thunderstorm warning for you guys out there around Shawnee and along I-40 up between you and Prague. Okay, otherwise you can see there's not much going on here around central Oklahoma. I'm going to get back down to those tornadoes here in a second. I did want to show you what was going on here in the Panhandle. So Lipscomb, Booker, these thunderstorms out here are also producing tornadoes. So here they called it a land spout. Let's see, which is still a form of a tornado. Let's see. Now, I can't tell you that not all chasers are the same, so sometimes they will misname something or they will exaggerate or whatever. It is what it is. Humans will be humans. But regardless, if you do live out here in Beaver County, in the town of Beaver, just south of you, there is a tornado warning out for your area, extending on down toward the Texas Panhandle. So this cluster will continue to move up to the east. So if you live in Woods and Harper, County, Woodward and Carper and Ellis, just know that within about the next hour, these thunderstorms are working their way toward the western border that we'll have to deal with. Okay, so I just want to kind of bring your attention to what's going up there in the Panhandle area. Again, you can use my weather app, AT's Weather to Go. It'll keep you up to date on that and keep you out of harm's way. What it will do is it will alert you when a tornado warning is about to be issued. So in other words, it'll give you extra heads up. It'll call it a twisting storm alert, and it'll give you a number, BTI number. Once that number gets higher, when it's in the 4, 5, and 6, it means go ahead and start heading toward the shelter. If it's a 7, 8, 9, 10, hit the deck, because statistically wise, it would be a tornado already on the ground or quickly forming one. Okay, so let's see. Down here we've got 2 tornado warnings, again around the Duncan area and also down around the Temple-Walters regions. Let's go and interrogate both of these regions. Now, a lot of times we will get reports from fire departments or local officials or someone in emergency management that will say they see a tornado. Sometimes they will be accurate, and sometimes it might just be a little off. Maybe they can't see the bottom because of the trees or a mountain or a hill, but they call it anyway because they want to be safe than sorry. So there are human errors that can occur, but predominantly we will, if it's got a purple box on it, it typically means one's been sighted by someone, a storm chaser or whatever, media, who knows, and then we will put a little bit more emphasis in what we see. Now, if I can't verify it with data, well, then a lot of times it may have at one point and it no longer is. So it kind of just means give a little extra attention, but may not still be what was seen before. Now, if we do look here, and I back this up about 10 minutes ago, we had a pretty decent little circulation couplet there on the southwest or south side of Duncan, but that has since diminished and moved on. We kind of have a new little a new guy over here, and you can sometimes get these little guys that'll form and then kind of rotate back west a little bit. If that's the case, that's on Lake Road and East Terry Road is where this developing is. Probably a wall cloud, might even have a little funnel in it, and that would kind of rotate back in on the north side of the RFD, which we call it rear flank downdraft, and that's this little region right here. That's those strong winds that come out the backside of the storm. These little spin ups that can happen, and they rotate in this fashion, and then they sometimes get a tornado in these little spots. So that may be what's happening here in this case. It's a convergence sign, a confluence zone, so it's not like a really super strong rotation, but that's a signal for that. So anyway, so be in your shelters again until this little system continues to roll out of your region, so in Duncan, and we'll give you the storm track and the time of arrival again here in a second. Over here, we have this little area spotted here. This is where, let's see, Walters, 10 minutes ago. All right, so if you look here at this spot right here, and this was at just about at 5:30. It's about 7 minutes ago. You see there's a little convergence line here, a little triangle, which indicates algorithms detected, looks like a potential for a tornado, and that is where that spotter says that they saw a brief touchdown. So brief meaning usually seconds, right? Because it didn't last long, and the next scan of the radar data was gone. So again, these storms are struggling to produce a tornado. That's great news. I want to see them struggle for the rest of the day. All right, let's see here. So this is kind of where you might get a rain-wrapped tornado on the back end, this little triangle spot here, where you wouldn't be able to see it. It's surrounded by a shroud of rain. So for example, again, the screen is split, right? Left and right is the same thing. All right, so I'm going to see this little square, let's see this little square right here and right here? That's to mimic the right and left panels. So I center the square where things are at, right? So that way I can tell I'm looking at the same spot on the right side and the left side, so that way we're comparing reflectivity structure with velocity structure. You know what you're looking at. And this is another case we have some weird configuration on the west side of the storm, which is unlikely to have anything that would be tornadic. They're usually kind of in the, like I said, the two areas, which in this case would be in this area here, kind of the north end of the RFD. So that'd be in this spot. And then sometimes you can have a rain-wrapped tornado that's in the middle of the circulation. Like that would have been a pretty decent spot, but because it's on the back end of it, it would have been falling apart, and it could have been a little bit old data. Like in other words, a couple of minutes would make a difference, which didn't make any sense. So whatever it was, it is already fallen apart in the newest data, so it's pretty much killed off. All right, let me see what we have here. One thing I'm noticing here is that these winds have really picked up. All right, so these are storm relative winds. Man, are you serious? So the inflow jet to the storm around 4,000 feet is at 100 miles per hour. And you're like, oh, I gotta see that, right? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So this is the inflow jet that comes in like so. All right, and this is, like I said, the RFD that goes out here. This is the outbound winds because it's colored red, which is away from the radar beam, whereas blue is the winds toward the radar beam. Now, I'm going to look at this in two different modes. So this is an inflow wind looking at just straight up velocity. All right, so there's some wind speeds up here. I'm going to flip this over to the alias. Up around 65. Now, if we take into account the storm movement, which you can use in some cases, in this particular case, the inflow jet, and this is up around 4,000 feet, is around 81 miles per hour here. And let's see here, I saw on the other data, the last set is up around 100. This one's got 88, which is strong enough, so that newest scan may have come down. Let me go up a couple tilts. 92. All right, so what that means is there's a lot of wind with these storms that can easily come back down the surface and cause some trouble. That's what that means. Now, when we're talking about that, the reason why I guess that's important in this case, and how I talked about why I would be covering these storms today, if they're going to be kind of quite on the edge of producing a tornado but didn't quite do it, was because the potential for magnitude of the wind was up around 90 today. And the hail sizes are up around baseballs, and in some cases you're going to get a few reports around grapefruits. And so far that's what we've seen out of these stronger storms. And I mentioned how southern Oklahoma had the best opportunity for that because it had the better instability. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. Okay, let me see here. So basically what we're watching for at this point is a development of another tornado within these two zones. We don't have anything right now that's tornadic. The warnings will continue, of course, until they expire. A lot of times the Weather Service will just rather let a warning expire versus cancel it, just so you know. So we've had cases where there hasn't been for example, a tornado warning comes out, a warning is issued for about a 45-minute window, and let's say the tornado lasts for 2 minutes. Well, for the next 43 minutes, nothing happens, but that warning continues as that storm moves through that polygon area. So a lot of times, because one may re-intensify or redevelop, they just leave it so they're covered. Probably that's a better way of doing it versus cancel, issue, because then you cause too much confusion. So that's, it's more than likely that's the method to the madness as to why that is. So a lot of times when I talk about these tornado warnings, well, there's another tornado in it right now. We're going to, watch it and make sure you stay in your shelters. That's the reason for that. Otherwise, you might be up and down out of your shelter over and over, and you'll get a little worn out. Now, what can happen is if these storms behave for a while and they don't become tornadic, then it might be a case where I do sign off and then sign back on, kind of a deal. Now, the wind speeds within this, it's these little purple areas, which can sometimes be erroneous, but they're called tornado vortex signatures. So it's kind of a little triangle that gets put on the screen to kind of bring your attention to the radar operator that says, hey, you might want to check this out. Could be something to take a look at. As we mentioned, these winds are up here around 90 miles per hour. And if I show you, what I'm going to show you, this guy. Yeah. All right. If I show you this guy, we're looking at, you see that number right there, 4,458 feet. So that's not at the surface. That's 4,000 feet above. So you will lose quite a bit due to friction, etc. So you subtract, like a rule of thumb is at least 10 miles per hour off the biggest maximum that you pick out here. So it says 92. At most, you're looking at 82, and that's kind of a loose rule of thumb. It's an engineering number, and it varies from so many things in the atmosphere. So you're not going to be able to get probably a hard number on the fly because all these are estimates, right? These are all sensor estimates, the best of their ability. So that's kind of the way it goes. But anyway, so that's kind of something neat, just to show you that there is some good wind up there within these storms that can come down at any moment and cause some wind damage. All right, let me go flip through these other guys down here so I can look at these a little bit better as well and see how the storm structure is evolving. Put this in motion. Wow. Okay. In the last few frames, I want you to see how this reflectivity right here curls back in. All right. Well, I want you to watch that. Ready? See that? All right. So the storm is going through a restructuring phase where they have some very intense winds trying to wrap back up in this area. Now, that's kind of the forward flank downdraft zone. So you wouldn't usually get a tornado here, but because of the way this is going, it might happen. So we'll sit here and watch it. Again, this deep dark blue area. Let's see. Again, I'm looking around. This is around 5,000 feet, and that's still up around 90 plus miles per hour. So that's a lot of wind right now, and that jet getting picked up in the rain core here on the left. So we're going to watch this and see what it does with that. So the algorithms are so impressed that they think it's a big tornado. So in other words, this is a huge rotation signature for a tornado. Now the problem is it's supposed to be a small one like this, and it's so bizarre. It's so broad, I should say, because of the wind changing in this environment that it thinks it's a really long one. Which is an error, but it brings attention to say, hey, there's some really strong winds here. Let's see, look up at different heights. But we will watch for this little spot right here to see if we can't get a tornado to form. Looks like we're pretty close. It would be right in about the right area. Let's see. So there we go. We got a little triangle that just popped up. So this value here is 80 miles per hour to 39 miles per hour. It's not quite gate to gate, but it's an interesting look to it. So we're going to see what happens here. By the way, this is in Stevens County. It's over North Road 2880 and East Terry Road. I've said Terry Road here a couple times so far today. All right. It's the only thing right now of interest that's got my attention. Nothing down here southwest. I know you're under tornado warning around Addington and Hastings, Waurika. Stay in your shelters. But for right now on radar, there's nothing there that's impressive. The only thing we have currently is in Stevens County that's around just heading toward Loco and passing south of Velma. I used to spend many a day in Velma growing up. I was born and raised in Dallas area. And my grandparents lived in Velma for several years, and so I would go out there and visit them on the farm. At the time, they had a farm with Larry Humphrey. So some of you may know who Larry Humphrey was. So he owned a big plot of land with a huge lake. I call it a lake because it was huge. It's basically a big pond, small lake. But anyway, would fish there in the creek and stuff and hunt with my BB gun and other things I grew up. So that was fun. Anyway, so that was how I could get the city boy out of me and the country boy in me. And then, of course, they had a garden, so you help with that. Pick blackberries. Good times. I think every kid should have to have a mixture of city life and country life. That way you can get well-rounded. See what it's like to garden, like to farm. And that way you appreciate it more when you go to the supermarket and go, where'd this come from? I know exactly where it came from. Anyway, all right, that's completely side tangent. So there's still a lot of power outages being reported around Lawton. So they had a little bit of damage in the town with the hail and the wind. Again, non-tornadic, just from the strong storms that move through. And we're watching for a potential for developing tornado here, south of Highway 7, west of Velma and west of Loco. So on the next scan that comes in here, let's see, what does it do? That's still wrapping up. I wouldn't be surprised. I looked at one of the... somebody had a live shot. It had a nice wall cloud on it. I don't know where it was from. I'm wondering if that was this one here. That would make the most sense. Okay. So this says meso detection, right? All right. And right now, if I look at this, I don't think it's over. Let me go back over here. Let's see what it's over land-wise. Okay. So it is literally over a bunch of trees. This little plot of land here. There's a little pond. No houses. No farmhouses. No nothing. Anywhere near it. It's good news. Once it does kind of move to the south and east, still no farmhouses. That's good. Just trees and land. Hey, I love it when these things are over trees and land. It's best. It's perfect. It's where they all belong. Over just some trees and land. Anyway, so I show you this a lot of times just so we can see, you know, it's like, it's the old tree falls in the wood things, right? All right, so even though we had a really good wind machine going here, a lot of convergence, it just couldn't do it still. This storm is still struggling to produce a tornado. It looked like it was getting a little bit better chance, and then the last scan came in and just fizzled. We'll see if a new one goes. It's in the spot. Let's see anything going on back here. Waurika, again, be in your shelters, but there's still nothing there. Addington, same thing for you guys. On the back end, let's see here. Nope. On the back end, okay. So again, this is blue areas up around winds of 90 plus miles per hour, around 3,000 feet. That can translate back into collapsing cells and storms and downdrafts. That's why the forecast had called for winds that could be in excess of 90 miles per hour. Probability of a tornado, for what it's worth, is up around 53%. It was holding in the 40s there for a long time. All right. Still got plenty of wind. This little blue area, this patch here, again, is all right around 90. It's all around 5,000 feet for roughly. So it's not the surface, it's just aloft in the jet intake of the storm. Okay, what else we got going on? There's another little cell popping up. New one down here south of Vernon in Texas. We had one out here in Memphis. The thing's falling apart. Surprisingly so. Let's see, what is it going into? 94 over 65. Wow. It must just still be too dry in the lower levels that I talked about in the forecast discussion, the videos that we had. All right, now we're going to be focusing up here in northwest Oklahoma soon enough as these storms up there start to work their way in. I'm going to load up another radar view. So this is where I may log off for a while and then kind of log back on as we get something that's a little bit more intense. Let's see. Let's go read what that warning is. And I'm going to look. So down here in southern Oklahoma, we still have a boundary to work with. So that storm down there still has a good environment there. Just so you know, there's the latest graphics from the Weather Service from earlier today. Moderate risk of severe weather. They had that tornado potential down here, but like I mentioned, because of the way the surface boundary is, it's going to be actually down around here for the next couple of hours. You might still have a potential out here, but that's the other spot that's not highlighted. Let's see. And then Saturday, we may talk about severe weather. We'll see if these are all on the table or not. Right now, it's like an eastern Texas Panhandle thing in western Oklahoma during the late afternoon. And then those would move east, assuming that they hold together and the cab doesn't rebuild too strong, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll look at that later as well. All right, so let's see. Let's go to the next deal. Satellite viewpoint. This is a visible satellite. You can actually see the surface boundary right here in the Q field. Let's see here. You can see the blow off here, where these guys try to get going and they kind of weakened. There was some stuff that developed up here and then it blew off and died out. So we basically, kind of like the models had suggested last night, we have a cluster in this region moving in this fashion, and then we have a cluster in this region moving in this fashion. Now, I will tell you this, in the data, the models kind of filled it in between, like off and on, hit and miss. But the newest data that I looked at before I went live, guess what it had for Oklahoma City? It kept everything just north and everything just south and us nothing in between. Now, that will upset me because that means my forecast doesn't verify here. However, I do not want 90-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. So, if it splits north and south, so be it. But that's in the data for the high-resolution stuff, which we're going to look at here in a second, see if that's changed. Let's go look at our hodograph. And we'll update you on the tornado warnings down south again. Oh, that's messy. Let me see what Dallas looks like. Oh, started out nice and missed some data. Let's see. All right, so if we look at what we call the violent tornado parameter, in other words, you would have the most strongest intense tornado possible to have. It would be in two areas. One here in North Texas, that includes Dallas, and the other one we're watching along that boundary here in southwest Oklahoma. Right, current, it's like a current view of the atmosphere. Let's see. Look at one of the Storm Chaser shots, has a little funnel. It's a stretch around Addington. All right, but not a tornado. Remember, a tornado has to be a funnel that reaches down to the ground. So whenever you hear the term tornado, a lot of times it's said tornado on the ground. Well, that's redundant because it actually means that the funnel has touched down to the ground and is now called a tornado. But nomenclature aside, you can have funnels all the time without actually having tornadoes. Okay, so if we do look here, this is the what we call the low-level track history for rotation. So you have rotation track here of these supercells down here in southwest Oklahoma. All right, let me see here. I wanted to go to the, this is what I wanted. All right, this is the warn on forecast. In other words, this is our short term. It takes in current conditions, does a little AI action, and it finds out where they're going. So if you notice, it's got that cluster down here in southern Oklahoma, right? Keeps going along the Red River. It tries to get stuff going into central Oklahoma, but falls apart through up to about 7 o'clock. Has a couple of guys here. The rest of the data is not quite in yet. And then it has that cluster in northwest Oklahoma continuing to move in. If you look at the different members, there's, 18 of these that run to say, okay, we're going to nudge at different directions. What's the output? Same kind of deal. So we're going to have this gap fill in right here, or we won't get anything here. It'll be this thing that goes east and this thing that goes southeast. We're in between. Just let you know that is on the table. If we go here to the newest run of the HER, it's just now coming in, so go the hour before. See what it does. It's got that cluster moving south. It's actually kind of, it has it too far north already in the data. I hate when the models don't even know what's actually happening. But regardless, see what it does. It does still, this one still gets us by around 10 o'clock for that northern batch, but it's not nearly as strong intensity-wise. Let me see about the wind, guys. And then we're going to go to that tornado warning down south again. So again, the potential for wind shows up in these little brown areas. I mean, this one like says 83, for example. So pockets of wind with that stuff up to the north. That's all it is. So there's no widespread signal with this current data. Other data was a little bit more ominous on all that stuff. So we'll see with time what happens. Okay, so let me go back down here to southwest Oklahoma. All right, see what our storm is doing. Okay, so we do have southeast of Waurika. If we look right here, nothing was there. We go to this scan, we start to see things start to come together a little bit. We go the next scan over, and there we go. Now we've got probably the nice wall cloud, the funnel probably dipping out. And then here's where we have the tornado. So when you have these colors get stronger and come together. Now the new scan just came in and erased it. In other words, it's not nearly as strong as it was. So here's the rotation product within that, and there's a little triangle for it. Now if we go to the next scan, you see how the bright yellows have diminished. So it is still having a tough time producing a tornado lasting more than a few seconds. All right. Let me see if I can pick out anything else in here. By the way, that's that location center. Let's see, East Road 1990 and 81, Highway 81, coming up on North Road 2840. So it's about a quarter mile south of, or half mile south of 1990 and 81, Highway 81. All right, so we'll see if it intensifies. But that is where the residual tornado is going to be located. And this would be southeast of Waurika. All right, let me go back here, see if I see anything else that came in there. No. Nope. All right, so that was it. Now, at the time, I saw a little funnel, ragged funnel on a Storm Chaser feed in Waurika at the time when it looked pretty decent on the velocity data. And then since then, it doesn't look as good on the velocity data, and if I look at the video, it's not even there anymore. All right, what's going on back here in this mess? Anything for Loco? All right, let's do an update on these warnings. Let me read you some of the latest verbiage. There's technically 3 polygons here for tornadoes. We'll start with this leading edge, and the ETA on the back end of this one around Loco is Helton at 622, Wilson at 630, Lone Grove at 643. This is moving to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. The storm itself with hail up around only 1.25 inches. I say only because that's pretty small compared to what it was. Let's see. Tornado warning for Jefferson, Stevens, and Carter County. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Loco, moving southeast at 40. Let's see. What else? Helton, Wilson, Ringling, Loco, Graham, Milo, Cornish, and Fox are all the little towns that will be affected by the storm itself. Maybe not necessarily the circulation part of it, but just the whole storm. Okay, then we go down here, and we go to this guy. which again at least had a funnel with it at one point near Sugden. Leon is at 651 for that one. And moving to the southeast, this one says at 39 miles per hour. And hail size up around golf balls. Let's see here. So this warning update, same idea, capable of producing a tornado, moving southeast at 40, near Waurika. Let's see. So we've got Waurika, Ryan, Addington, Sugden, Grady, Oscar, and Petersburg are towns and communities in the path of this storm. All right, so the Weather Service is on board with my thinking that an increased tornado threat down across southern Oklahoma along that boundary, heading toward the Ardmore area, Wilson, Cornish, because these storms are in that vicinity. So I don't know if they've updated their website, but they just talked about it. So let's go see. No, they didn't. I don't know where they updated it, though. May have been on social media. Oh, they did. They put it on Twitter. All right, let me go back to the radar. All right, so we have another circulation center. This guy developing, and there's no major roadway with it. It's 1960 and 2850. It's an intersection just northeast of that intersection by a quarter of a mile. Let me guess, it's over nothing. It's over nothing. My favorite place. All right, so in other words, this is a little circulation center. We'll see if something happens with that one. And then otherwise, the one down here at the south, it's just not doing anything like it was before. So no doubt you're probably going to have wall clouds for each one of these. Maybe a finger funnel, in the wall cloud. There's just nothing strong on radar yet. And the other thing is we use a tornado debris signature on the radar systems to tell us whether or not if something was hit. We call it a cross correlation coefficient, or CC for short. And if I put on the screen right here on the right side, that's what this little panel is. And what I look for is little blue areas, or that's preferably. Sometimes you get a hint if you get like a large circle that's like green, surrounded by like red. So for example, if we had like a green area right here, and the next scan, it starts to turn a little bit blue. So that tells me that, okay, tornadoes occurred and we're hitting something to pick up and lift in the atmosphere that the radar can see. That's not a raindrop. But when it's over a flat farmland with just a little bit of dust, that's probably wet from the rain, you're probably not going to get that signature very well on the radar. So it will have to hit trees or something. All right, anyway, so those are the two weak areas, and that's all they are, weak. This guy here in Loco still has the best wind potential with it. So let me go over here and measure the winds. All right. See what I'm saying? That's still that jet up here feeding into the storm at 90 plus miles per hour. Now this is probably around 6,000, 7,000 feet. That's my guess. Let me go see. Yeah, 6,000 feet. So, but that's how much wind is circulating in the mesocyclone, the central part of this thunderstorm, which is a lot. Now we go to the base velocity, and then we'll measure this bottom side, and that's around 60. So that's what I'm saying. If these two can ever tighten up, you'd get a very significant tornado coming into the town of Loco. But right now it's pretty broad. Now the key here is, for this to tighten up, is you would need a surface boundary to feed into that. So let me go back to our data. This guy here. to... So there's Duncan at 73 with a north wind. Okay. And there's the Loco one. And that's right on the county line, Comanche, Stevens. Okay, let's go back over here. So it does have a northeast wind feeding into that, but it doesn't have the south wind. Ooh, good thing that storm's a little too far north. Not by much, though. Yeah, it'd be a different outcome if that storm was about 30 miles south. Then it would be feeding along that surface boundary, and it would be producing a tornado like crazy. So it's not, but it's still trying to do so even without that little help, that little push. But it's still in the vicinity of that area. Like, for example, see, here's Ardmore. This has an east wind. Here's an east wind. So it's close. These guys down here have a better shot. These little inflow areas have a better shot at getting ingested for that boundary action. But this one, man, it's still trying to get going. Look at these brighter colors now. That's now at 107 on that viewpoint. Some noise in the data has come in. Man, 110 miles per hour. 116. Phew. All right, again, that's around the town of Loco. So you guys just stay in your shelters. Hopefully this thing will pass by you here in a moment, and it will not try to tighten up and ramp up into a tornado. But I bet you got one heck of a wall cloud and one heck of a roar outside. That would be my guess. My guess is you hear that jet outside, and it sounds like a jet engine coming by overhead, just going nuts. All right, let me go see what the storm chasers are up to. Let's see. Who was out today? Okay, so Jeff was in Texas. I think Reed was in Southwest Oklahoma. Oh, they're way out of position unless they're trying to get that one in Loco. I'm not sure what they're doing. So Reed's mustache kills me, though. I've known Reed for a long time. But yeah, his mustache kills me. All right. Let's go over to the forewarned deal. All right, so let's see here. As we go past 7 and we get into the 8 o'clock hour, which is right here, 8 o'clock has a couple of weak cells in here. Let's see. Cluster to the south, going into North Texas, getting not quite to Dallas-Fort Worth, like to Denton. And it has a cluster up toward north and west at 8 o'clock. Okay, so that's what happens at 8:30. That's 8:30. All right. And it's, man. All right, so at 8:30, it's knocking on the door of Dallas, Rockwall on the north side of town. Otherwise, mostly a North Texas track, just north of Dallas. All right, it's that cluster down south. Here, I put this down here for you can see it better. So Dallas and Tarrant County are like this, right? So it's just north of you. So Rockwall gets hit a little bit, and then of course they were in between there and the Red River. And then we got this guy here that tries to tail end in the Canadian Oklahoma County. If you notice in some of these, it gets really close. Like there's one, but most of them stay just on the north side. So we could be like our own little mini Dallas and Tarrant County right here, with this stuff just missing us on the north side. Just like this may just miss you guys on the north side. So this is the smart AI-driven type short-term forecast where they ingest current radar data and try to do a very short but very high-resolution track of the current storm situation. Let me see what else. Hail to 2 inches. Let's see where that puts it. Paintballs down there just south of Ardmore across Red River, so it's going to favor the big hail in North Texas with this event, and it does not favor 2-inch size hail at all in that stuff in northwest Oklahoma. All right, so that's again where the most instability is in that area. Updraft helicity that can produce hail and/or tornado and/or wind. Again, it favors that same area down south, and it does in this little cluster coming in favor that area here coming into Kingfisher County by the time we head toward 8:30, but all the way through Woodward, etc. So we're going to see what kind of wind and or hail comes out of this. Keep in mind it doesn't like the 2-inch hail, so let's see what it does. I think it likes the 1 to 2 inch size hail. Yeah, so it likes the hail sizes under 2 inches. It doesn't like the hail sizes over 2 inches. In other words, baseballs and stuff stay south, up to hen egg size golf balls up north and west. And if you recall at lunchtime, that's what I talked about would be the most likely scenario. We talked about winds excess of 60 miles an hour. It does still favor the damaging wind component in this little complex. All right, and of course it favors it down here as well. So that is the short-term data as to what should occur. Tornation, let's see, let's do rotation. I kind of already did that with this updraft helicity there. Let me see. I can do this one though, probability-wise. All right, so the probability of rotation again exists more concentrated in this little path here. So you'd watch that for potential tornado down here. This would be the best path for that to occur. And if you were to get a tornado out of this one, this would be the best path here, which takes it right in from literally a straight line from Woodward to Kingfisher. Now, again, what happens after that? Does it do something like this? Or does it just kind of diminish? My guess is it'll probably keep on this track, so kind of clipping Edmond maybe, but then diminish as it does so around 9 o'clock. But we shall see. That is what the latest data shows in that regard. Okay, so back here to our storm system. So this guy here did see intermittent touchdowns from that area of rotation I was showing you around Loco. Interesting. So he did say he saw something in this big chunk of wind, but look how rain wrapped it is. I don't know if you could actually see what he claimed he saw, because usually if you're in the back end and you're looking through a heavy rain shield, you can't see anything. So grain of salt in this report, but at least it's in the right area as far as where I figure we have at least a wall cloud going and where we're looking for potential for a tornado. So that would be in the right spot. Okay, so down here in Jefferson County, coming in east of Ryan toward Grady, this little spot here, it needs to get better organized. You've seen me talk about this from before. If you have what's basically our hook echo, and it's in a vertical fashion like this, you don't get a tornado out of it. It has to get into that hook fashion that looks like this. So in other words, this configuration needs to change before that were to occur. It is coming up along that boundary that's in this zone, so I do anticipate that to happen. It's not happening right this minute. Give it 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, this still is the spot to watch, because you might even be able to get some damaging wind within this little spot without even getting a tornado, just because this is where the wind machine is located, several thousand feet aloft. I mean, the winds up here are ridiculous. There's 15,000 feet. I mean, this is one heck of a mesocyclone. But hey, you can spin all day long at 5,000 feet, but if it doesn't come down the surface, does anybody care? Answer is no. Unless you're a pilot and you wouldn't be flying in that anyway. Okay. So I'm seeing a little bit better tightness in these couplets in this zone. This is right along East Road 1870, which parallels and runs south end of Highway 53. It's also east of 2990 and west of 3010. So this is where this little area is going to be, where you're going to have a wall cloud and potential tornado at this point, because I like the way this looks as far as that configuration goes. Let's see. That would be the location. Nothing showing up on the CC. In other words, there's no damage here. This is all bright red. We would look for it to turn yellow, orange, yellow, green, and then blue, kind of a deal, right here in this circle. Now that's assuming it would hit something, so let's see. Anything here? No, it's got some bushes, some low trees. That's about it. So that's camera. That's another thing. If there's nothing to hit, we're not going to get a very good signature on the debris signature product of the radar. But as far as the velocity data goes, it looks really impressive. So I think we're tightening up to the point to where we'll probably get a tornado out of it. If we don't already, it'll be rain wrapped. Okay, so this new scan just came in. Now this looks like the scan of a tornado. All right, that's 52 and 97. So I'll measure that for you. I'll come over here. Same area I talked about. So this is going to be on State Highway 53 and just south of there, so right along 1870 County Road, East Road. And it was, this doesn't show, this particular map didn't show that county road. What was it called? It was 3010, North Road 3010. So this is where our developing tornado is located. Let's see what I got. Oh, this data is horrible. Alright, until that one cleans up its act, I'll stick with this one. So the warning on this, let's see, this is still the last one from 6 o'clock, so it's nothing new on the tornado warning, other than it just goes until 6:45. So basically, if you guys in Loco, this particular situation has moved to your east and southeast by about 3 miles now, 2 miles, and so you're now, not have to deal with this currently. But for folks east, just south of 53, you're kind of in that little area. All right. Again, this is up around 6,000 feet. So you still could have a really nice couplet at 6,000 feet and not necessarily one at the surface. But that is where it would be. All right. Let's see. Let's go back down here. Okay, so now things are starting to change. Remember our configuration? We had something that looked straight up and down. Look what's happening now. We're starting to get more of that rounded shape. It's taken a while, but it's getting there. So this would be where we would watch for developing tornado next time. It's along Highway 32. Near, let's see, North Road 2950, west of Grady. So Grady heads up. This particular tornadic storm is starting to get a little bit better organized. Nothing yet, but that's where it's going to be. And this would probably pass about a mile to your southwest as far as where that tornado would go once it gets going. Now, again, I say mild southwest. A lot of these towns don't have much in it. It's an intersection, literally. And so we kind of just go from the center point on the map where it's located and give you the approximate distance. But you may live in and around this area and technically be in Grady. So that's how we give you the county roads, because if you live out in the county roads, you know where those are located. All right, let me break off from that for a minute. Let me see what else is going on. Central Oklahoma, nothing. Eastern Oklahoma, no big deal there. And that's another thing. If I don't talk about your area, typically it means because there's nothing to talk about. All right, let's go northwest Oklahoma. These guys are finally moving out of the Panhandle. So pretty good storm here in Buffalo, just east of you guys, and north of you guys, heading up toward Kansas, Harper County. It's a little wind with that one. Hail size, though, not a big deal, only an inch. But these guys come out of Arnett, Ellis County, Shattuck, Roger Mills. 2-inch size hail, so at least bigger hail, better instability down here. So we'll see what happens with these guys. Some new stuff popping up in Custer County. But that's kind of what that short-term model had suggested, right? We get these little bubbles up, these little smaller, weaker guys. All right, so we shall see. Now, none of these are tornadic, just so you know, just severe. So watch these. The best one that has any type of rotation with it is going to be this one here north of Allison, coming into Raiden, and then and some weak stuff at Higgins. Not a big deal. Let's see, we're at about 11,000 feet. So we don't even have a good mesocyclone 11,000 feet like we do, with those storms down south. And they're having a tough time producing a tornado down south. And they're at 6,000 feet, spinning like crazy. So a lot of times you can get wall clouds, these guys, and while the wall cloud is what you want to look for the area to produce a tornado, it doesn't always mean you're going to get one. And sometimes they can rotate really fast, and they look like any minute now it's going to do it. And a lot of times they don't. It's very hard to get a tornado, but we're just looking up here in northwest Oklahoma. I was looking at one of the chaser shots here in the eastern Texas Panhandle around Higgins. In this weak convergence area, there is a nice little wall cloud up there. It's just doing some spinning. The other thing is different once you get into Oklahoma versus Texas. Because of the terrain, it's easier to get a tornado out in the eastern Texas Panhandle than it is once you get in Oklahoma. All right, so the newest data, this guy right here in Higgins, this just came up. Okay, see how there was nothing there. And then now we have this little guy here. This is probably the wall cloud I'm seeing on the radar or on the storm chaser feeds that's going nuts. Lots of spinning and motion within it. Now this little thing just popped up. So we'll see if that ends up producing a tornado out of it. So Weather Service is going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for Arnett because of this thunderstorm. Now, again, I say Arnett, but notice Arnett's way over here, and the movement should take it south of Arnett, just so you know. And this is in the Texas Panhandle, so it's not even in Oklahoma yet. So we'll see what happens, but there is a developing tornado on the west side of the state line. And this little spot here, south of Higgins by about a mile. This will come along. Let's see. What highway is that? That's 60 runs through Higgins, but what road runs south of Higgins? Not going to tell me. Let's go over here and find out. Let's see if this will tell me. This may not have it. I don't think I have Texas roads. Little tiny highways on here. No, but that's where the circulation center is. This little guy here. So it's south of Higgins by about a mile. That's where your developing tornado is going to be. So this would most likely move over 1690 and just south of the East Road 630. All right, so it looks like, yeah, we got the tornado has touched down. So this is again in Texas. It's not here. So will it stay anchored? We'll see. Makes for some pretty good video, though, for you guys out there in Texas. And it's not anywhere near Arnett, just so you guys know. I see the font on the TV stations will say Arnett. Why? Are they going to tell you it's in Higgins, Texas? No, because it's outside of their viewing area. They're not going to do that. They're going to pump it up and say it's in near Arnett. And it's nowhere near Arnett. It won't even hit Arnett. Just so you know, it's in Higgins, Texas, south of there. But it is going to work its way here in Oklahoma in just a few minutes, if it holds together. So the tornado warning just came out for that one. So this moves southeast at 38 miles per hour. Hail size up to around 2.5 inches. And expires around 7:15. Let me see if any of those little towns will pop up. Nope. Just the Higgins that's already in. It's been passed in. Alright, so it's good. Means it doesn't hit any big populated areas. Just goes over some of the farmland. So that's what you have to worry about with this tornado, assuming that it survives as it crosses over the state line. And right now it's moving pretty slow. Again, nowhere near Arnett. Not going to affect Arnett. The polygon, which is this little box you see right here, isn't in Arnett. So Arnett's up here. So the tornado itself should kind of pass, unless it starts a hard right mover, kind of more in this fashion. It is kind of a more of an east-southeast than it is like a southeast like this. So another Texas county or another Texas Panhandle tornado. All right, so let me see. Go back down to southwest Oklahoma. What's happening with our guys down here? Okay, radar data is getting quite noisy. The hook portion of this is passing south of Grady. Still not quite in the position it needs to be to produce a tornado. So that's good. Well, you guys are seeking your shelters in Grady and Courtney and soon to be Leon as well, as the storm works its way along the Red River. So it's going to parallel literally the river. So this is the Red River, this little boundary right here. And so that this little hook echo is going to run right along this zone, kind of between Oklahoma and Texas, back and forth. So we'll see if that ends up doing anything tornado-wise. Otherwise, this guy up here that went southeast of Loco still just didn't quite do anything yet in the data. One point looked like it was coming together, then it kind got broad again. The little tornado in Texas is already lifted. It's a funnel. All right, so let's go back over here. So there's a little tornado icon. You notice that's on the west side of the state line. So if I back out here, that's in Texas. So this little storm chaser is pretty much right under it. All right, we got here for time. 28. Just sitting here. It hasn't moved at all. Never even came across the border. Let's see. Curious. When I saw the live shot, I didn't like it. Looked like it was over like a little hill, some grass. It didn't hit anything. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like it's over. It's over nothing. I saw one house somewhere in the shot. One of the chasers. It was well, they were looking west, so they were way out here looking west. So it wasn't even in the ballpark of the tornado. So yeah, we have another tornado in the middle of nowhere, not affecting anybody or any homes. That's a win. So far, the big story is the storm damage that we've seen in Oklahoma confined in and around Lawton, as far as the biggest hit area, with a lot of wind and a lot of hail. Let's see, this guy down here, it's got a nice little couplet with it. This is right along Highway 33, so it probably also has a wall cloud with it, and more than likely a funnel. Might get a tornado out of it. And this is, again, in the eastern Texas Panhandle. But it's coming together a little bit more, like the last one did. So we'll see what happens with it. Let's see. Okay, so here's a good example. Like we know we had a tornado south of Higgins, right? And if I go back a couple frames, there will be no blue areas. In other words, nothing had hit. And that's an example of how you can have it over these open fields and there's no trees, there's no bushes, there's no nothing, no cows, then it doesn't hit anything. And so our little algorithm here that's supposed to circle a big area blue isn't there because there's nothing to show that wasn't rain. At nighttime, the algorithm becomes very useful because you can't really see at night, right? So I know we use cameras and there's night vision and all that fancy stuff, but it's still, seeing a tornado at night is just very, very hard, especially to be 100% sure. So we depend on the technology a little bit more at nighttime, but if you're in a situation like this, it doesn't really help you, right? So, but that's fine. Nobody wants to do anything anyways. Okay. So you guys up there in northwest Oklahoma, they're loud, they're storms, they're typical garden variety. There's nothing out of the ordinary as far as even the hail sizes are concerned. The only one that looks like it's got maybe 2-inch size hail is the Higgins one where the tornado was located. That's about it. The one down south has had a history of golf balls, 1.75, so that's standard. That's, you will get some damage with your roof and your cars with golf ball size. Smaller than that, this depends on a lot of factors, but the magnitude, orders of magnitude, once you get to golf ball and larger, is more significant than as you go smaller, where you have less and less damage. Okay, so that's northwest Oklahoma. Again, in Kansas, you guys watching down here, you're fine. These are just standard storms. A little bit of wind. Strongest pocket of wind is up here, Comanche County, South Kansas, right across the border. Winds up around 60. Standard stuff. All right, we've got some thunderstorms that are going a little bit stronger now. We're in the Weatherford area. So you guys probably starting to get some lightning out of this, or at least soon will be. All right, what else we got? Oh, little cells popped up closer into central Oklahoma. Let's go take a look at that. It's around Pauls Valley, just east of there. Byers, Stratford, lightning with it. That's about it. All right, so we got a couple of storms here in the central Oklahoma region, but, you know, nothing big. All right, so we're going to go back down here. All right, let's switch radars. Leave that one there. So this little hook is still trying to get its act together. Coming toward the Courtney area. So you guys remain in your shelters down here in far southern Oklahoma toward Leon. Now again, if you're new, say you're from out of state, out of town, you're like, what is this tornado business? What am I supposed to be doing? I don't have a shelter. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Basically, it just means away from all outside walls and windows, lowest level of your structure, and like a closet, stairwell, bathroom, center part. You know, if it's a hotel, apartment complex, whatever, same idea. If it's a motel, it's about the most center part I guess you can get, or just leave if you got plenty of time. Find a better structure. Let's see here. Still watching this region. Let's see, what was that? 6. All right, so somebody had reported a wall cloud in that residual circulation from Loco, where I had the really bad radar data. So this little spot here, they reported a wall cloud and looks like a funnel halfway to the ground when it was in this little spot here. Now it's rain wrap, see, so it's hard for them to see, but at least that would jive with what I thought was happening back then. So this is still the leftover for it right here, which on the let's see, County Line Road, it's West Oil City Road, and the county line, West Oil City Road. So that's southeast of Loco, and it's southeast of the triple county line, really, which is Stevens, Jefferson, and Carter. Those come together. So there's where your little tornado icon is located. So it's a storm chaser that reported it. So I guess they got a picture of it. And this is a little mini track for it right here. All right. So once again, let me see where the track is going to go. Trees, empty land, ponds, trees, and ponds and trees. All right, it's a good place for it. Okay, so it's going to be now moving in toward the Helton region, though. So Helton's going to have to deal with whatever the circulation feature is. West Lake Road and Mail Route Road. That's basically the new intersection this thing is coming onto. So it's just outside of town, not very far. Doesn't have the best signature on radar. Does not have any debris signature with it. course, there's some trees, so it should be able to pick those up if it was doing something. But that is the location of it. So just stay in your shelters here until this little event passes by you, just moments away. Let's see, looking at the data, that's probably the best thing we've got going as far as something potentially tornadic. It was that Claxton Road and Westlake Road in that area. So be in your shelters. This is in western Carter County, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. So this is the storm complex that has a history of producing some damaging wind and some large hail, some funnel clouds, some wall clouds, and it looks like at least occasional brief tornadoes. All right, let me go back up here to the northwest real quick. So this is the Crawford storm, Raiden. So this one's coming out of the Texas Panhandle, so they're going to have a warning for that. It's on Highway 33. I mentioned that one 10 minutes ago. And then you have the leftover from Higgins that's moving in this fashion southwest of Arnett. That's along North Road 1730 and East Road 620. So again, kind of moving to on the northern fringe of this red polygon, but in a southeastern fashion. Still, it should miss Arnett, no problem. And it's also weakened. And then this one down here is a little stronger. It's moving more eastward direction toward Crawford. So it's really going to roll right through Highway 33. And so, of course, that's not a good deal because you can have traffic on Highway 33 that's not going to see it maybe if they're in the rain. But that's where that tornado would be located as it comes out of Texas. So that is that particular zone here, and the warning on that. Southern Ellis County and northwestern Roger Mills, a storm capable of producing a tornado located 5 miles southwest of Durham, moving east at 20. Tennis ball size hail accompanying with this one. Raiden, Crawford, Roll, and Durham is all in the path of this storm. So that is your active tornado warning up here in northwest Oklahoma. The second one, in addition to the one that's passing south of Arnett, which did have a history of producing one at one point, and could produce another one if it still is not. It's wrapped up in rain, so it'd be hard to see. All right, so that's northwest Oklahoma. All right, let's go back down to southwest. Anything new here? So again, the circulation center over Hilton. Stay in your shelters right now. Now it did turn purple, so this warning update just came out. Northeastern Love County and southern Carter County till 7:30. A confirmed tornado located near Hilton, moving east at 30. Half dollar size hail and a tornado is obvious in the path. For eventually the storm will be making its way toward Ardmore, Lone Grove, Wilson, Dixon, Overbrook, and Lake Murray. Also on Interstate 35 between mile marker 21 and 38. So this is that same rotation center. We had that really strong jet with it. Remember that? It was very broad, and it's slowly tightening up because getting into that frontal zone I talked about. If you look here at Ardmore, you see these winds kind of coming in this fashion. So this is your area where you have your best convergence right in here, okay, along this boundary. If you look, this guy here is working into this zone. So this might be the final thing we've been waiting for to happen to get this storm to produce more of a significant tornado event. So keep that in mind here in southern Oklahoma. The little hook on the bottom end of this still in that vertical configuration, like this, it's not clean. It's got a mess on the west, mess on the east. So still not quite got its act together down here and on the Red River. But regardless, this is where the potential tornado would be located, coming through the Courtney area, passing on the north side of Leon in Love County, and then eventually down here north of Thackerville on 35. So those are your 2 tornado warnings here in southern Oklahoma. One for potential and one that has been cited. So we'll see what happens here between Wilson and Lone Grove in the next 10 minutes as the storm moves out of the Helton area. Let's see. All right, we'll go back up here to northwest Oklahoma. All right, so this little circulation feature has gotten a little bit better organized right along 33. This is near Roll. So Roll is out here to the east, so is Crawford. But the storm of the circulation is on the state line. All right, so that's where the tornado is going to be. So will it hang in there and last? Doubtful. That none of these have lasted very long. But either way, that will be the place we track. Which will run east on 33. Yeah, the newest data came in. This dropped off considerably from what it was just a minute ago. All right, the guy up here that was coming out into the southwest of Arnett is this little guy here. That's where that little potential circulation is located. So that would be a wall cloud and for sure a funnel. You might get a small tornado within this. The data looks pretty decent there. However, there's no roadways, there's some creeks. And if you look, there's nothing here. There's a little pad out here probably for the farmers for their wheat. I'm not even sure. Someone can probably educate me later. Send me a DM. I won't see it in the comments because I can't read them doing this. But these little guys out here in far western Oklahoma, I know they're little pads for something agriculture-wise, but I don't know what they're for. But anyway, so that's in that area there just south of those guys. But that's about it. So other than that, it's just flatland. All right. Let's see here. So those are the tornado warnings up there in northwest Oklahoma. So you got them in the northwest, you got them in the southwest, or I should say south by this point. And then in between, what do we have? We've got this cluster here, which is still nothing to talk about. In Weatherford, there's not even lightning with this yet. Now there's one lightning strike there on that map. All right, and then the one down south, Stratford, no big deal there either. A few lightning strikes. So there you go. All right, this is gonna be the case of northwest and south over the next couple of hours, looks like. So thanks for joining me, by the way. I appreciate you guys' support, whether you like the video, and honestly, it's very easy to do. Just hit like right now. Just hit the button on YouTube, Facebook, hit the Rumble button, whatever it is. Algorithms need that to show you more data, or to show you, when I do go live, and they need it to show others when I go live. It kind of boosts all that up. It's a simple thing to do. It takes no effort, so make sure you do that often when I do go live. And then when you comment, that helps as well to boost the algorithms. But yeah, you can do that. You can support me through like Facebook fan subscriptions. YouTube has their own subscription. Rumble has its own stuff. So there's various ways you can do that to help support your content creators like myself. So that's always good. And so usually when I go live, it's just to cover tornadic storms. And so that's why I'm on today. For Oklahoma, we typically have our severe weather season from the middle of March to the middle of June. So we're still right in the window. We barely made it. But this is the June 15th cutoff date. It's an unofficial date. Obviously, there's not a hard date in the sand, but that's what we talk about around here. Because it's usually when everything kind of gets squeezed in between. You can get some outliers on the bell curve, for stuff that does extend past that. But usually the atmosphere is different. It changes configuration. Usually get a lot of northwest flow events, which means overnight squall lines that come out of Colorado and then hit us either after midnight or closer to daybreak. And usually with that, you get a little bit of hail and some wind, but otherwise some really good rain. So that's how we kind of get our rain in the summer months, early part of the summer, before that kind of shuts off in July, and then we get hot and dry in August, and nobody wants August. Not a lot happens around here in August, unless you like 100-degree heat. All right, so again, we're looking at northwest Oklahoma, and we're looking at southern Oklahoma. And this will be making its way to North Texas soon, and this cluster will keep going east like so, kind of in this fashion. It's kind of in an east with a slight southeast drift. So in the model data we looked at a minute ago, the question was, does it penetrate Oklahoma County and Canadian County, or does it just kind of clip the northern fringes, or stay just outside of it? I think it'll clip the northern fringe, but by this point, it's 7 o'clock now. I mean, good grief, this will probably be 8 o'clock. If it picks up speed a little bit, 9 o'clock. When it's going through the I-35 corridor in the west side of the metro. It's a rough estimation, but that would be about the time that this cluster would make its way into this zone. And they should kind of start to fall apart by then, which normally is a good idea for severity, but with the potential for the winds to come down out of the storms and collapse, that could still be some pretty significant wind up around. Earlier, again, the data had 80 to 90 miles per hour, so we'll see if that stays that way. All right, so let's zoom in these two areas again. We'll start down south. So let's see here. This guy, Leon, this hook here is starting to get a little better shape to it. Still got a ways to go, but stay in your shelters. Nothing tragic on radar indicated by the data at this point yet in that zone. And then you have the one that came out of what happened to the one in Hilton? Did it already fall apart? Let's take a look. Yeah, right there. Fell apart. All right, well, that one's gone. That's done. There's a new circulation trying to get going in this zone. Let's see. Data's a little messy. But we'll watch this zone to see if this is our next trouble spot southeast of Wilson. But I kind of just skipped because this one up here just fell apart real fast. Well, this storm is having a tough time. But again, it's still going into this favored convergence zone. So these arrows are going in this fashion. So there is a sweet spot in here. So we'll see what happens as the storm interacts with that to see if it can't produce a tornado finally, or at least more of a significant one that lasts longer. That's its best opportunity because it hasn't done so prior to this, and this is the one thing left that it has to work with. And it's still got a little bit of heat left in the day. We're at 7 o'clock, so it's pushing it, but that's about the time we'd watch for something. All right, let's go back up to northwest Oklahoma. Okay, so what are our guys doing up here? So the one south of Arnett by about 10 miles, looks like. Just nothing there. Just a broad area of rotation. Okay. Long funnel possible. 13 miles to my west. Okay. Listen, dude. If you can see 13 miles through all of this rain of a magnitude of 65 dBz, then you would have Superman vision. So we'll just throw that away. All right, but at least in this area is where the last known position of a tornado occurred. Right, it was basically over the state line of Texas. So these storms still kind of behaving up here in northwest Oklahoma. The ones up around Woodward and Woods County, Freedom, Alva. Even the hail sizes up here aren't even severe. They're 3/4 of an inch or smaller. It's pea size. Pea size hail. Let's see here. So really the southern end is the spot to watch for the larger hail and the potential for a tornado. Okay, let's go back down south. All right, we're getting into garbled data zone. We're getting too far away.
Severe hail detected.
We're getting too far away from that radar, so it's going to start to have some aliasing, de-aliasing issues. Let's see. See if Twin Lakes shows me something. Ugh. All right, so in radar meteorology, every radar has a limited distance due to its Nyquist velocity and according to the PRF that it uses, which is called pulse repetition frequency. And so it gives you the range as to how far out you can go with the radar data. But once you get past a certain range, things get ugly. They try to do some funky meshing of data together with some different alternate radials that go out and try to rebuild radar data beyond a certain range where we normally would cut it off at. And when that happens, you get what we call like range folding. This is purple area here, which means the radar doesn't even know what to do with this data because it's too noisy. So it doesn't put anything in there. It just says, I don't know what this is. So you get purple. So the problem is in this distance, that purple area is around the zone that we're interested in where we had the circulation feature within this particular view. And then sometimes you can squeeze in and get some decent data, like down here. That's at the tail end of this, and we have a little bit of circulation showing up. It's around 9,000 feet in the atmosphere. Coming to Leon, that's where that hook echo is. But in between, there's a lot of garbage there. So that's the frustrating part from a radar meteorologist when you're trying to look inside the storm to tell you, what's the threat. Now, if you notice the rainfall, the DBZ values, that's not a problem. That's not the issue. It's when we're trying to measure the winds within the storm. That's when we get these issues coming up. And again, that's because the Nyquist velocity and the distance in the PRF. But it is what it is, and they can change radar configurations. They can change the numbers a little bit, so the pulses are a little different orientation, and that will move sometimes this area out of a zone that you want to see, and they can maybe shove it down here, right? Or maybe they can shove it down here, or whatever. So they can change the mode a little bit to try to get back some of this data once they find themselves in a pickle. So now this case, this garbled data kind of shifted up north a little bit, and our region that we looked for moved kind of south of this zone. So we're starting to get a little bit better data in this little sweet spot. So it looks like they're trying to play with the numbers as we speak, so that way we can see what's going on in this part of the storm. So if they keep this configuration going and we can keep this zone noise free, then we can use this radar to kind of get a little good view of what's happening around 9,000 feet. Again, that's pretty high. For a tornado, if you really want to track a tornado, you're looking at about 5,000 feet and lower. Above that, you're tracking more of the mesocyclone, which is the spinning motion in the cloud. And if you have a really strong spinning motion, you can infer, what's going down below it. But you got to have a pretty good data for that. So anyway, so that's one aspect. And that's looking at the Twin Lakes radar here in Oklahoma City. If we go to the Frederick radar, it's out here. That one's located, of course, in this region, southwest Oklahoma. So we're shooting the radar beam out in this direction. All right. Now, when we look at it, they've got a pretty good mode. But if you notice this little zone of purple, so it's on the leading edge before it gets into this trouble spot along I-35. And they'll play with the radar down here to try to find a sweet spot as these features work in that zone. But what the problem is that you have two different radars a little too far away trying to look at two spots of the storm that are in the zone of where things get a little ugly on the data side. So what happens is, if you can't see it, you got to do a lot of guessing. And so in this case, this is where your false alarm ratio goes up, right? We call it a FAR. So it's unfortunate. I mean, if you're trying to be a stickler on statistics, you don't want to have false alarms. This is a nightmare for you because you want to obviously be accurate, right? So you want your POD, which is your probability of detection, to exceed your FAR, your false alarm ratio. So you obviously want to be right. Well, unfortunately, in this case, you may not necessarily have that chance. So you just err on the side of caution and you keep a tornado warning going. And there may or may not be one, and you can't see it. It is what it is. Sometimes you can get spotters in the vicinity. You can get emergency management, fire department that can help kind of fill in and eyeball sometimes. But otherwise, it's some educated guesswork because of the limitation of the science. The solution to that, obviously, is more radars, but they're very expensive, and you can't just put those everywhere. Plus, you have to have eminent domain issues, right? You got to buy somebody's land.
Severe hail detected.
And somebody's got to give it to you. So that's another issue. Now, there is a radar that was supposed to come online in Durant, and I have not had an update about that one. It was supposed to be operational by the end of May, and that date's come and gone, so I don't know what the status is on that. I haven't looked into it. They're waiting on some final pieces of waveguide, I believe it was. But if that radar was up and running, it'd be very close to this region here in southern Oklahoma, and we wouldn't have this guesswork. We'd know exactly what it looks like down here. But for right now, let's see, these are up around 9,000 feet, so both radars are seeing the same altitude, 9,000 feet off the ground. So they're both seeing these the mid-level part of the thunderstorm where you have the mesocyclone detection, but they cannot see anything tornadic. So we'll have to do some inferring below that level based off of the structure, what we can see on radar. So in this case, coming into Overbrook, this is where our little circulation feature is now currently located. This puts it south of Ardmore. So I know earlier we mentioned Ardmore being in the path of these storms that we'll have to watch for this little boundary interaction. Well, it looks like this is going to be just south of you, and it keeps moving south of you. So we'll see if that trend continues. For right now, the northern fringe of this will be Overbrook, unless something crazy happens in this region, which I don't think it will happen. So between Overbrook and Marietta, we'll watch carefully. And then we have this southern guy here around Leon that's moving into Marysville and right into Texas, Cook County, and then maybe touching back into Thackerville zone as it exits Oklahoma. Okay, let's see here. Let's take a quick look up northwest again, and then I'm going to go back to the short-term model data, and we're going to see. Yeah, there's nothing up here. All right, we're going to go see what the models seem to think will occur. So let's do a refresh here. All right, and we'll put our roads. Okay. So this is the updraft helicity. In other words, rotation in the storm that can produce the large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. So if we go through time, this goes to 7, 8, 9:30. All right, this is 9:30 tonight. What happened to the storms? Well, the one here kept on keeping on, like so. So we talked about this earlier. It would miss Dallas-Fort Worth and kind of hit Rockwall and points north and east. So that continues to be in the forecast for you guys down here. And then these guys, which are obviously quite strong in the signal with the probability, right? Ensemble probability up around a 1. In other words, it favors the strong rotational characteristics of the storms here. However, as we go through time, there's still this little track here that goes right through Kingfisher. We mentioned that earlier. It was like a beeline between Woodward and Kingfisher if you draw straight as an arrow. And it does clip into, say, Guthrie and far northern Edmond. It was kind of the way it was clipping through. Now, the other issue is it weakens. So it's getting weaker and weaker as it comes into central Oklahoma. So we talked about that as well. All right, so that's kind of how the updraft helicity looks. Let's go to the hail. Hail threats. Oh, look at that. By 9:30. So it does have a hail threat that comes in of 1 inch in diameter, and look how it weakens. See the colors? There's a lot less of them. The grouping is not nearly as strong. To go back up here to where we start from, right there. See how the difference is in the probability? So it diminishes as it comes in toward
severe hail detected.
9 to 9:30. All right, what else we got we can look at? Let's go to wind. Wind's up around 60 miles an hour. Let's see what they do. Now those still hold in there. You see that? It still keeps the wind component all the way along I-35, north and south, from Edmond up into northern Oklahoma. So there's our damaging wind potential. Same thing down here in North Texas and Dallas, just northeast of you guys to Rockwall. Same little spot, damaging wind and hail down there as well. All right, what else we got? Oh, let's go to the reflectivity. We'll do it this one. All right. So we'll watch this first member. So it's got that Woodward stuff coming east into the metro by 7:30. Now it does have a little helicity track right here, which indicates some hail coming into Canadian County from Geary to like El Reno, and then it kind of drops it. Because look, it falls apart once it gets into Oklahoma, eastern Canadian County to Oklahoma County. Stuff's still going nuts down there in North Texas, and then you got the guy coming out of northwest Oklahoma. Starts to form more of a line with individual cells, and you can see the reflectivity structure weakens, right? So everything kind of falls apart slowly. It's really strong here, and with time, it gets weaker. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to where we had that one cell coming in right here. This is at 8 o'clock. All right, and let's see what the other members think. Okay, here's another one. Where's one? A couple there. Here's one. So most of the members keep at least something coming in the metro, but varying between significant to insignificant. So in other words, Hailmaker up until it gets into the metro, then after that has a tendency to fall apart. So we'll go to the next block of time. See, that was 8, so we'll go to 8:30. See what we got. So this one has a trail of hail with it the whole time. That one has a trail of hail with it right through basically central Oklahoma County. All right, so several of those, they dropped their trails in Canadian County. All right, now let's go on through the next period. So we'll go to 9 o'clock. Let's see what we got going at 9. Everything just north and west of the metro, except for a couple of ones there that had some stragglers. All right, and then we'll go to 9:30. All right, so we'll see how this one goes. So there's a few that make it just in Oklahoma City. Those that one, this right here went full blown. That one split and left a piece in El Reno. That one looks like it's going to make it. That one just made it, kind of just north of 240 and 40. That one looks like it'll probably make it. That one's just north, 240 and 40. Most of these on the north side of town. There's a few outliers that go through all of Oklahoma City, but most of them, more than 50% of these members, keep it on the north side of town. As DBZ values up around 60. So the DBZ value around 60, you're still looking at hail up to around an inch in diameter. So an inch in diameter is the marginal severe weather criteria. So 1 inch size hail is usually what that is.
Severe hail detected.
So you're going to still have some wind, and you're still going to have a little hail. It looks like between 9 o'clock and 9:30 coming into Oklahoma City from the west, based off of this data here. Let's see, was there anything else? I think that was... I guess what I want to see. Alright, now for the fun of it, I'm going to look at the HER and see what it's doing with the winds. So that's back to having more of a wind signal. That one run we looked at had a pretty pathetic wind signal, which was different from most of its other runs. But here's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, so that shows still some winds up around 80. Going through Stillwater, for example. That's just in other words, it's not going to know the exact spot. It just, the takeaway is, where does it still have winds and how much? So here's one, for example, coming through like Blanchard and Noble and probably Norman, up around 70 plus. It jumps really far out here to the east. Still have winds up around 77 at midnight. So it's still going to have pockets of wind. So here's in the 70s. These little areas here, close to 80, through southeast Oklahoma at 2 a.m. All right, so that's our latest HRRR model. So in other words, it still says, hey, we're still going to get some wind. Let's see, what is it going to do with the... If you take that, then you would, with the probability of the other model, you would say we could have 70 mile per hour winds here in Oklahoma City with hail size up around an inch. All right, it still likes this. Okay. This model is so phony sometimes. It's almost junk sometimes. It loves to produce supercells all the time. It's just so lame, man. But anyway, so it's doing 4 supercells lined up one after another, which, by the way, just so you know, is impossible. But it's going to do that in this data through 9 to 10 o'clock over Oklahoma City. Now, if you were to take that for total truth, all right, that means you're having a wind and hail event 4 times, 4 tracks over the same area. So you can see how the odds of that are next to zero, like winning the lottery type deal. But regardless, it has this little cluster that moves through 10 to 11, and then it's similar to the other one, which is southeast Oklahoma through 2 a.m. And there you go. Okay, so that was interesting. Okay, I think that's all I want to see there. Let me see if this thing came in today. No, we're having some trouble. And this one's probably not in yet. Let's take a look. Nope, not yet. Alright, so let me see what we got here. Let's go back to do a little radar work. We'll see what's out there. I had a new storm that Reeb developed in Altus. How about that? Wind shear out here actually looks really good, so no wonder. Okay, so you still have really good turning with height, and you have good wind speed for supercell development out here, so that makes sense why you have this new cell blowing up north of Altus. Same thing, wind and hail, so it'll grow in size. It doesn't have anything else to impede its development for a while. There's still some residual energy in the atmosphere, so that ought to go gangbusters here for a little bit longer. All right, so let's go down south and northwest. So first south, let's see what we got going on down here. Most of your messy velocity data is coming up around I-35 for Marietta. So there's two little areas of, well, one little area looks like of some significant rotation, but you probably get a wall cloud out of it. Again, there's a lot of guessing going on at this point because you can't see the data very good. Testimer Road, which runs east out of 35. If it ran west, that would be where your circulation would be. Coming up on Lou King Road. So kind of a little box is where that circulation feature would be. So again, stay in your shelters down here on I-35 if you live in Marietta and Overbrook, as you're still underneath two tornado warned storms. Technically, you're in between in Marietta, but ironically, that's the best velocity signature there is right now. But you want to be in your shelters regardless, because you are close to two tornado warnings. You're kind of split in the middle, but I'd be in your shelters anyway. It's not going to hurt anything, and the way things are going, something funny may happen down there. And then you, of course, got the one that's going through... coming up in Thackerville, Love County, and Cook County down here in far southern Oklahoma, North Texas. So it looks like all one thunderstorm, so one kind of cluster. Okay, so there it was. If I backed out, there is a tornado warning here that does cover. It's this guy right here. I was so zoomed in I didn't see it, but it covers this guy here. So we've got these 1, 2, and then 3. And it's all for the same storm, but they're probably all at different times and different expirations dates. But basically, I-35. Stay in your shelters. All right. If anything gets stronger down here that has more of a signal, I'll let you know. Let's go to the other one. We're going to cover northwest Oklahoma as well. So let's go back here to this one. All right. So how are we looking? This storm here in Bridgeport has finally gotten its act together. Has at least a hail marker to it, 1-inch size and some lightning. Very slow to develop here. This was one that came up in Weatherford and just didn't really look very good. All right, and then we have Roger Mills, nice little line that rolls through here from Cheyenne to Roll to Camargo, Lee, Visay. So your standard thunderstorm there with pockets of wind. Little rotation centers, broad, so just pockets of wind. I think tightened enough for a tornadic type deal. Strong City towards Cheyenne. This is probably one of the better couplets in this area. It's not that great of one, but it's still better. So just you're already under tornado warning, so just stay in your shelters. So Cheyenne around 283. So it's coming into your region right now. So hang on a few more minutes, and that'll get past you. And then we have this guy down here, north of Sweetwater, southwest of Dempsey, and west of Grimes. This little weak circulation center here in the data, and we're up around 15,000 feet. So the radar really can't see that well in this zone. Let me see if the Frederick one can see. It's a little below that level. Let's go over here and see. Get a better view. Where are we at? I'm at 8,000 feet. All right, that's a little better. Data doesn't look very good though. Let me see here and go to. Okay, let's do this. No, data's not that great up here. Nothing that screams imminent tornado, but I'm also not seeing the best altitude. So this is one of those cover CYA, warnings. So stay in your shelters if you are under tornado warning in this area of western and northwestern Oklahoma for Beckham County, for Mayfield, Sayre, Berlin, Sweetwater, Cheyenne, Carpenter, Elk City. The rest of these are just thunderstorms up here for Leedy, Morewood, and Camargo, so nothing threatening that aspect of things. Looks like the Storm Prediction Center put out a discussion. Let's go take a look at that, shall we? Let's see. All right, this takes it just through Canadian County and not quite to Oklahoma County. Let's see what they say. Significant severe weather event, including all hazards, tornado, hail, and wind, will continue over the next few hours across mainly northwestern Oklahoma. Now, they had, to be fair, they talked already about this area, I believe. We'll look at that. Let's see. A severe MCS, which stands for Mesoscale Convective System, with a history of producing significant severe wind reports, gusts across southwestern Kansas, is continuing to move eastward while semi-discrete supercells have formed at the southern end of this line, producing tornadoes and large hail. The northern end of the MCS will encounter decreasing instability and increasing inhibition, which means the cap. It's the lid in the atmosphere that starts to suppress thunderstorm development across south-central Kansas over the next couple of hours, leading to eventual weakening of the northern end of the MCS. Meanwhile, larger instability and weaker inhibition into west-central Oklahoma will continue to promote supercell development at the southern end of the line with tornado and large hail potential. The net effect should be more of a southeastward propagation of the MCS towards central Oklahoma, with the most intense convection and supercellular characteristics at the southern end of the line over the next few hours. All right, so we basically looked at all that in the model data a little earlier, so that's what they're talking about. And then here's a little discussion for North Texas. So let's read that one. Threat for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes will continue. Supercell thunderstorm complex in southern Oklahoma may be trying to grow into a small Boeing cluster based on
Severe hail detected.
Based on recent radar trends. The environmental downstream remains quite favorable along and south of an effective warm front that extends from western and southern Oklahoma into north, central, and northeast Texas. So I talked about that boundary earlier on this evening. Large hail will remain possible with intense thunderstorms in the short term, and severe damaging winds may become an increasing concern if a more linear mode becomes dominant. If this mode transition occurs, then significant severe wind gusts in excess of 75 miles per hour will become more likely, given the very large reservoir of the buoyancy available. Backed low-level flow near the surface front, which means an east-southeast wind. Is promoting a narrow corridor of 200-300 meters square per second square of effective shear, SRH, storm relative helicity. Per latest mesoanalysis estimates, given the favorable low-level shear, tornadoes will remain possible with embedded circulations. A local extension in area for tornado watch may be needed for parts of north central into northeast Texas if convection continues to track southeastward, which it should. All right, so anyway, that was your scientific mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center regarding the two complexes that we're looking at. So let's see, let's take a look here. What do we got? All right, this is from Twin Lakes, from Oklahoma City. So let's give us really broad stuff. It's got a little bit better circulation down here for this hook echo. It's the structure and reflectivity doesn't look all that great because I'm too high up. But needless to say, that's a little bit better looking. Okay, so what else we got here in central Oklahoma? What about this one? Hinton. So we'll start to watch this a little more carefully. We'll see how these perform along I-40 out here in Canadian County and points west. We'll see what they start to do. It is 7:30, so they'll start to come into the metro area over the next hour on the west side of town. All right, and then let's go look at southwest Oklahoma. So we're going to I'll leave this one here, and we'll zip down to this one. How's it looking? Looks like it kind of got weaker. Look at this boundary right here, retreat to the southwest. And then this storm blows up on that boundary. Oh, that was actually pretty neat. Let's do this again. Watch this. Oh, that's that old boundary, old storm that came out of Texas. It hits the boundary right here, and then blows up. It gets way better organized, much stronger, and then it starts to fall apart. So it's running in, looks like some type of subsidence left over from the other thunderstorms that were in this area prior, which took the oomph out of its gumph. All right. So let's see. Other than that, anything tornadic-wise? Oops, wrong one. Nope. Okay. So we'll see. That looks like it's starting to weaken, though, so I'm going to have to worry about that one. There's a little something down here in Wichita Falls. Look at that little cell down here. But nothing on velocity side of things. Okay, so now let's go up here to northwest Oklahoma again. We'll go to this tail end, guys. Boy, this is a hot mess of warnings. Look at all these polygons. One, two, three. And then you have one really big one. And then you have a smaller one. And then you have another smaller one. And oh my goodness. That's too many polygons. I would have canceled all that nonsense and drew one big one. But whatever. Alright, so we do have a lot of warnings up here. They're all severe. Then you have a couple of tornado warnings mixed in for a just in case kind of a deal. Looking at the data here, let me see. The guys in Leedy, you have a little bit of a circulation pattern going overhead. Let me go with this. So stay in your shelters. It's almost passing
Severe
through.
hail detected.
All right, and then we had the one earlier around Strong City and Cheyenne in between that has moved kind of east of you guys toward Herring, but again, broad, diffuse. And then after that, I don't got anything else down here. So there's nothing that screams this is where the 8 tornadoes is going. What it does tell me is there's probably lots of little wall clouds within this line of storms. So just a heads up. Now what's about to happen is it's about to get dark, right? It's 7:30. We have about an hour left. So visibility will start to get a little worse with time on some of this stuff. And then we'll just have to use radar only. You'll lose all the visuals from helicopters or storm chasers. You won't be able to tell, what's going on anymore. And we'll just have to use radar, which is what I do anyway. All right, so that's it. Cluster down south, cluster northwest, and we're caught in the middle here in Oklahoma City. Let's see if I have any rotation deals. Nope. Let's go down south again. Nope. Alright, let's go over here. That one got off the little boundary it had, so looks like that one's still falling apart. Alright, well, I guess we've got central Oklahoma now we can kind of start focusing on. This new little shower popped up here west side of Moore on 37 toward 44. So that's new. Alright, these are our stronger cells out west of town. Let me go to Oklahoma City's radar. And we're going to look at the shear profile. And we're going to see the storms that are developing up in our backyard. We're going to find out what kind of shear there is to work with. Okay. Bad wind profile from the 88D. This is where the radar spins around at surface and it does a tilt, spins around, does another tilt, spins around, does another tilt. It measures the winds in that column, and we can plot a vertical view of what it sees. So this is what it's telling me. We have a southeast wind here at the surface that gradually goes to a south wind by the time you hit to 6,000 feet. And then it goes to a southwest wind as we go from 6,000 feet to 9,000 feet. And then it goes to a westerly wind after that, all up to the rest of the atmosphere. So it's got the direction good, all right? In other words, the direction is adequate for supercells, okay? Now, what is it lacking? Can anyone guess? Now, these little ticks represent knots, all right? So every tick is 10 knots. Once you get to 4 ticks, right? For big ticks like this, you get like a little half tick. That stands for like 5 knots. But once you get all the way to
TVS cell detected.
once you get all the way to the 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, you get to 50, you get a flag. So a flag is 50 knots. That means the winds are hauling, right? So 50 knots, like it's close to 60 miles an hour, something like that. All right, so the question is, you have your directional shear that turns with height in the atmosphere, and you have speed shear. That's the other equation. That's the other component you need on the equation to get tornadoes and to get really good, robust supercells. All right, so we've got 30 knots, 35 knots, 35 knots, 35 knots, 35 knots. Pretty good. And then what happens? 30, 25, 20. 20 knots, 20 knots, 20 knots. All right, so what we have is a big weakness in the mid-level wind field here around this patch here. So from about 8 to 12,000 feet, we have winds at around 20 knots. So that's a weakness in the atmosphere for these storms to interact with. So what does that mean? Well, a couple things. One is it'll help keep the storm a little weaker. 2 is it may help the storm prevent it from becoming tornadic. Now, I will say there's a caveat to that. Typically, if things go well, your most important winds for tornadogenesis would be under 10,000 feet. So it'd kind of be in this little zone here. And that's great. Now we have some decent speed shear in that, but you don't have a whole heck of a lot of turning. So this wind is due south and it barely turns to southeast. So we're looking at a vector change of about 30 degrees. That's not going to do it. Now if you looked here at prior data, this was the most recent timestamp. But if we go back to these other timestamps, you see how this component of the wind was almost more of a southeasterly component, and then it turns to that southwesterly component up around 6,000-7,000 feet. So in other words, we had a lot more turning about 20 minutes to an hour ago than we did recently. So if you want tornadoes, you really want that turning to be more dramatic. You don't want 30-degree pi. You want 90-degree pi, right? Or 45 degrees or 90 degrees. Actually, honestly, 60 to 90 will do it. Anything less than that, it's a real struggle. So it looks like in the last data set there in the middle, at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, we had a pretty good vector. So we probably had about about 9 degrees of turning. So it's kind of like this, right? You got a vector that goes this way, and you have a vector that goes that way. And that is a right triangle, if you think about your geometry. So there's your 90-degree change in the wind field. So when you want tornadoes, if you're rooting for that, which probably most of you are not, you would want a 9-degree change in the vectors. All right, and what we have currently is about 30 degrees. So anyway, point being is there's some weaknesses here in the wind field in central Oklahoma for these thunderstorms to work with. So that was the reason why I wanted to focus on that. So there's your little meteorology lesson 101. Now that said, they're still going to produce some hail and they're still going to produce some damaging winds, but we looked at that at the earlier data, so that's not unexpected. Matter of fact, the newest hail marker for this one coming in is 1.5 inches. That's almost golf ball size. So that goes to show you that the atmosphere still can produce some pretty decent sized hail here. Now, remember the high resolution model we looked at keeps it between 1 to 2 inches on the probability side. It had just a very faint edge over 2. In other words, it thought most of it was going to be between 1 and 2. We'll see how well that does. But anyway, so there you go. There's a little heavier shower here going through more again. But otherwise, we do have these 2 storms out here under severe thunderstorm warnings. And that will be for the hail. Not necessarily for the wind yet. Still too early for that, but definitely for the hail. All right, so now we're in the 7 to 9 o'clock window, which is what the original forecast had called for to get some action here in Oklahoma City. Although this is a little different. We're not seeing a big cluster like we are in northwest or southern Oklahoma. So that's different. And we're having this little scattered, more, I don't want to say weaker stuff, because hail size to 1.5 inches is pretty strong. That's a pretty good storm. It's just not nearly as, ridiculous as the ones down south earlier today, where you had tennis balls and grapefruits coming down. Nobody wants tennis balls and grapefruits here in Oklahoma
Severe
City.
hail detected.
Well, everybody but roofers. By the way, if you do need a roofer, you see that QR code in the top of your screen. Scan that, and that'll take you to Ferguson Roof Systems. So I've known Jamie for years. He's 100% honest. He will not do you wrong, and he will do the best job that it's possible to do in the roofing industry. So they keep winning all the contests because they're so awesome. 5-star reviews. And you know how hard it is to get 5-star reviews. I don't even have 5-star reviews, and I help people for a living. For free. I can't get a 5-star review. So you know how hard it is to get 5-star reviews. So if you need your roof done, which some of you probably will already out in Canadian County is already going to need them, give them a call and tell them I sent you. I'll probably give you a deal. They like AT's weather customers. You guys are awesome. So check them out if you end up getting some hail damage here for tonight. I was fortunate on the last storm system here in the house. I got nickels, dimes, and quarters, but I never had anything really bigger. And I went up on the roof and looked. So I can check for hail damage. I know what to look for. I didn't have anything with that storm system, so hopefully I don't get any with this one. But if I do, I got an insurance company that's going to cover it. So that's good. If you need some insurance for this, or after this, I can hook you up there too. Contact 405 Insurance. They're the ones that saved me a ton of money when Allstate gave me the biggest rate increase I've seen in my entire life in 1 year. So they're an independent agency, so they have access to everybody, not just Allstate, but a bunch of other outfits. And so we mixed and matched policies, compared, and found out what I could get that was the same coverage or better. Ended up getting better than what I had with Allstate at the time, and my price was basically cut in half. And I was like, done. So that was 405 Insurance. So that was Aaliyah and Jason. So make sure you give them a call and tell them I sent you. And you can get a deal like I did on your insurance. So I may have to have it. If they get a call from me, it won't be a good call. If it's tonight, we'll see what happens. All right. Let's see what else we got. So that's coming into the metro here. These little cluster of storms. Nothing tornadic. Just some hail makers right now. All right, let's check out northwest Oklahoma. 3 tornado warnings, but the nothing standing out as significant enough to say, yep, there's a tornado for sure. This is all at weak detections at 10,000 feet. But they're going to continue to issue the warnings, as they should, because we can't really see underneath what's happening. All we see is little weaker rotation couplets aloft in the atmosphere. So we just have to assume down surface you're going to get probably a wall cloud out of it. You might get a funnel. And if you're in that case, in this environment, somebody might get a tornado. So you got to keep the warnings going, even though we really can't see down below where we need to. That's how that works. So again, be in your shelters. If you live all the way in Dewey County, Custer County, Beckham County, you guys are all under tornado warnings. And even Washita County to the northwest of you toward Elk City. So Sayre, Elk City, Butler, Stafford, Fost, Canute. Who else we got? It's just outside of Eric. Mayfield, Berlin, Hammond, let's see, Rhea. All be in your trail shelters. Trail. Again, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows until the storm passes you by. Use my weather app, AT's Weather to Go. It will continue to give you updates on all of these storms here for the remainder of this evening. You can get that in Apple and Google Play Store. All right, let me go southern Oklahoma. Southwest, let's see. Oh, that's Vance. I don't want Vance. I want this one. Okay, how's this guy doing out here? Anything? So he's got some wind. A little wind with this south of Friendship. Up around 50 miles per hour. It's on a boundary here. This is a gust front that from the tail end of the storm that kind of collapsed. So, yeah, this one's still not doing all that great down here. A lot of lightning, small hail, borderline severe. All right, so let's go back down here to southern Oklahoma. Haven't given you guys an update in a while. You're still under a multitude of warnings down here, or tornado warnings. Looks like somebody did see a wall cloud on that little hook echo coming in toward the Gainesville area. So that's still, that hook never got its act together. So if at most, this has been an hour since we've been talking about it, at most it's got a wall cloud with it so far being reported. Let's see, what time was that report? 42, 3 minutes ago. Yeah, good deal. All right, but again, stay in your shelters because obviously if it's got a wall cloud in this environment, it could produce a tornado. And that's in Gainesville and eventually toward Woodbine and Kalispell. It's all just south of the border, east of 35. All right, so if you guys in Thackerville are like, okay, what's going on? Well, you're about to be out of the woods here. There's a secondary little storm on the back end that's going to get you with some heavy rain and lightning, but that's about it. Otherwise, the newer warnings are now to your east. That would include Dexter and Gordonville. So you guys be in your shelters for a tornado warning. Let's see. Marietta had some wind. Now, we talked about you guys. Remember, I told you that you guys were in the one spot that actually had some pretty decent rotation with it. Let's see. So you did have some broken tree limbs. 3-inch tree limbs broken. Power poles broken. Okay. Let's see here in town. Tree split. Fell on a fence. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Power lines down in Marietta. So that little circulation feature that went overhead did have wind with it. Let's see. This person, what time? Okay, this person says a weak tornado passed in front of our vehicle around 7:25 in the town of Marietta. We had evidence of surface-based rotation and debris swirling. So at that time, that is where that circulation was on radar. Was it 10,000 feet? So I can't, promise you it's a tornado under that, but that's where it would be located. And that went through Marietta. So it looks like they did get some damage down there, just like Lawton did, with some wind. Hope everybody's all right. All right, so let's see here. You guys in Dexter, heads up, because, again, that's kind of what town before you had to deal with. I'm going to go backwards here in time. What is this? Power lines down, Marietta. Okay, so this little circulation center is right around the northwest side of Dexter. So be in your shelters. Potentially could be a tornadic situation. Otherwise, just damaging wind is moving through. So if you notice, these storms will eventually work their way through Sherman. Durant, I mean, you're going to get some of the storms, but as far as the tornadic part of it, it'll probably be south of you because you kind of have a northeast wind right now. So you're kind of on the north end of that boundary. So from here on out, this cluster of storms should continue to work their way through and into North Texas. So Sherman, Fannin, and Grayson County. And they will be somewhat moderately tornadic potential, otherwise large hail, damaging wind. So that'll be your focus in that region. All right, let's see what else. So that's the latest with that one. Let's go back here to Central Oklahoma. All right, so the Weather Service launched their evening balloon. I'm just reading the update on that. They, unfortunately, they had to deal with storms in the area that, or showers, I guess, that were developing. And sometimes that can ruin the data, depending on timing and where, etc. So it kind of does some contamination. But they got enough information out of it to see that the steep lapse rates that we have and the downdraft cape values around 1,400 joules per kilogram, which is very high. If you get anything above, I think it's 900, you're in a wind damage situation. I'm trying to go off of memory. And we're at 1,400. So in other words, they believe that we'll have a lot of damaging wind gusts here in central Oklahoma over the next couple of hours as these storms move through. Now, it's not anything new. It's just a sounding of the atmosphere is verifying what the forecast has been alluding to. All right, Weather Service also just now mentioned that the wind fields are a little weak in advance of the storms out just west side of the metro, which means hail and wind, not a tornado threat with these currently. And I kind of explained that to you why 10 minutes ago. So that's good. That just means that there's a better tornado threat for the ones out west than here for the time being. Now, will that change? It can, because what happens is a low-level jet kicks in about this time. It's like a little river of air that rushes in a couple thousand feet off the ground. And that usually helps to increase the shear during the end of the evening. Now, the problem with that is there's a caveat. Atmosphere is really funny. It balances two things. It giveth and it taketh. So while it increases the shear, it taketh the instability. By doing so, by increasing the cap or the inversion in the atmosphere. So that prevents storms from taking advantage of the shear, because then it's a suppressant. So it's a giver and a suppressant. If it was just the shear and you always had instability and no suppressant, well, good grief, man, you'd have evening magic storms around 7 to 9 o'clock almost every night, anytime you had instability in the atmosphere and a trigger. So thank goodness we're not in that environment. Boy, that'd be exhausting. Couldn't imagine doing this every night. Let's see. Anyway, so it's like anything in life. There's a yin and a yang. There's a balance. So we'll watch these as they kind of mature and slowly develop, move through. And then every now and then I'll come over here and I'll check our VAD wind profile and I'll see if our wind shear changes any. So how you read this is on the left, like this is 0000. That stands for Zulu time, which is in our region of the country is 7 o'clock. And time goes this way to the right. So this is like 7:28, 7:33, 7:43 p.m. So look for the new one's about to come in. It looks like it's every maybe 5-10 minutes. So we'll look for that. And then what we're going to watch for is this wind field in here. We're going to see if it increases any. Okay. And then we're going to see if these winds increase in speed, and we'll see if they come in more of a southeast to more of a southwest turning. In other words, they turn a little bit more, a little sooner. So those things we'll watch for. If that were to happen, the tornado threat goes up. If it doesn't happen, it stays like this, then it's a very low end, almost zero tornado threat. All right. So if those that were tuned out because it was southern Oklahoma and didn't care, or northwest Oklahoma didn't care, and all of a sudden now you're hitting rumbles in Oklahoma City and west, now do not tell me you just are going to drop. Connection restored. Woohoo! Alright, so it was YouTube this time. YouTube was to blame. You guys on YouTube, I don't know. It didn't like the connection. All of a sudden it was stopping it for some reason. But anyway, it reconnected and we're back. So sorry for the buffering over there on YouTube. If you guys on Facebook, you probably didn't notice anything, and Rumble, you didn't notice anything. That's good. Anyway, all right, so let me go back to what I was doing. So let me get that off of that. Every now and then you got to do some technical difficulty workarounds, right? There's always going to be something. So let's see what we got. I just pulling up Reed shot. He's out there driving in rain. I don't know where he's at. Okay, let's see here. So somebody did ask, Canadian County, what's going on. So you're having a thunderstorm. So this is the radar for it. It's a good old-fashioned thunderstorm. Nothing too crazy. Hail size is around 1 inch in diameter. All right. Not really anything huge on the wind yet. And that's really about it. There was little mini hailstorms. And that is stretching east and west from Yukon to Hinton on I-40. The movement on this is going to be gradually to the east. You see how they've developed here in the last 30 minutes. They're just slowly moving east. All right. So we'll watch for these to continue to work their way through Oklahoma City. We have new showers and thunderstorms building now around Caddo County, Apache, to this guy down here in a Snyder. It's still hanging in there, but it had gotten a lot weaker when it first started. Then, of course, you have the stuff out here in western Oklahoma. You guys should still be in your shelters for these tornado warnings until they expire or until the storm has moved past you. Nothing's been confirmed visually, by the way, out here. But you don't ever disregard a tornado warning, and you're in an environment where one can form in these little areas that they think that is possible. Okay, and let me think here. What else we got? Let's go to southern Oklahoma. All right, so we are practically now North Texas. All right, so these storms are now moved pretty much out of the body of the state, and now they are moving into North Texas. So this is going to be you guys' problem here for the next few hours as they track south and east. Like I said, it'll miss Dallas-Fort Worth, but the tail end of it, in the earlier data, had it going through Rockwall. But in this case, unless something else develops, that's going to be hard to do. It's going to have to be a hard right move and or some new southern development. Otherwise, the track of this is going to take it just north of McKinney and then through Hunt and Greensville. So that would bypass Rockwell altogether. So there you go. So that's the latest in this little cluster. It's a small one, and it's going to have a lot of wind with it. So this little blue area represents winds up around 90 plus miles per hour. Now, again, I'm at 12,000 feet elevation, so that's basically normal. But some of that wind can transfer down to the surface in some strong wind gusts. So that will be what you'll have to deal with. And on the southwest end of this, potential for a tornado through here as well. So you have a tornado warning still in effect down here for the Gainesville area. Looks like some wall clouds still being reported in that region. So again, no tornado officially sighted, but a wall cloud. So that's what's happening down here in far north Texas. And then, of course, in northwest Oklahoma, you guys up here east Woodward, you had some, looks like a wind gust up around 59 miles per hour. So you're right at the borderline of a severe category storm. Otherwise, that activity has moved now east of you toward Alva and Cherokee and Helena and Fairview, O'Keene, west of Watonga, west of Thomas, west of Arapahoe. And these little red boxes are tornado warnings. Sayre, Beckham County, stay in your shelters a little bit longer. Hammond, Butler, stay in your shelters. Hammond, you could actually probably come out. It's past you now. But Butler and Stafford, stay in your shelters as that storm rolls through your region. Putnam, same thing. You're just outside the box for the old tornado warning, but it's the same line. And honestly, there's really no spot in the line that says, yep, this is a tornado. But it's one of those deals where one could form. So just stay in your shelters until it passes. It's a safety deal, just in case. All right. So this tail end one around Carter is probably going to be our best bet for something a little more tornadic. And we're going to watch to see if the velocity data within this tightens up and increases. That's my guess is where that's going to go. And right now, it's not a tornado warning. Oh, look at that. All those warnings just expired. Every one of them just expired for tornadoes. Okay, good. So unless they reissue, looks like I don't see any action that they're going to. So right now, it's going to cover it with one big, large, severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see here. It's going to cover just about everybody out here. Washita, Woods, Roger Mills, Custer, Kiowa, Blaine, Dewey, Greer, Major, Beckham, and Woodward counties. Winds up around 70 miles per hour and up to tennis ball size hail. Now, is the whole area going to see that? No. Just little pockets here and there may see it. But anyway, so they've taken out the tornado warnings, but they left in the wording, meaning remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. So this is where there's nothing on radar to strongly indicate one or the location of one, but they could form very quickly. So they put that wording in the warning as a heads up. So this one down south has a probability of a tornado developing. Right now is at 36%. It's got a pretty decent mid-level circulation feature at 15,000 feet. So we'll see what happens with this one with time. But otherwise, in northwest Oklahoma, you're going to have pockets of the wind and some hail, like we mentioned. Let's see. Some trees damaged in the town of Fairview. About 10 minutes ago, that came in. So there you go. There's your pockets of wind. Let's see, there's a 65 thunderstorm wind gust. So, yeah, that's what you're going to have with this little broken line up in northwest Oklahoma. All right, let's go back to central. See what's going on here on the west side of the metro. Okay. Same old thing. These are pretty weak considering what these other storms have been capable of. All right, so let me do let's go back here and do a storm track. I'm going to switch radar views. Okay, so first off, the wording on this Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. That'll cover the western sides of the metro. 1.5 inch size hail, wind gust to 60. So standard variety thunderstorm criteria. The other one, same thing, moving east by around 32. Radar indicated hail threat 1.5 inches, wind gust to 70. All right, so until they get something reported that's bigger than that, that's probably what they're going to go with. Unless, for whatever reason, these storms start to intensify in the vertical column. Because here's, as far as real-time reports, like here's one here in El Reno that was 1.5 inches. Get in there. I'm trying to get this one that says 1.5. There's ping pong ball is what it says. All right. Okay, so let's get that off. All right, where's my tracker information? Well, this is going to be hard to track because they're like individual little cells. So each individual cell will have its own track, right? So, for example, let's just track the very eastern fringe of the heavier activity that started earlier on when it went through Yukon and El Reno. That activity goes to the next 20 more minutes through Nichols Hills and the Village. So between now and 8:30 is when this back end here around Yukon now will move through. But you can see there's other stuff already developing. That's why sometimes these tracks are good and sometimes it depends on what you're trying to plot. Like this guy way out here, like the back end of this whole storm system. It's got Yukon at 8:47 and Mustang at 8:52. So whatever happens here in the western fringe of this complex, that's when it will move through. But you're going to get stuff that pops up between now and then moving in. All right, so right now that's what's going through the Oklahoma City metro area. It's just standard storms, nothing crazy. All right, so we're going to go, let's do a track on this guy, this whole line. All right, so yeah, we have these little individual cells moving through central Oklahoma, but let's see what the whole line does out west. Timing on this takes you to Burns Flat. Well, it's already passed. This is the western fringe, so this has already happened. So let's go through Weatherford, 8:07. So that's basically now. We have O'Keene. We have Geary coming at 8:24. Carnegie, 8:28. Kingfisher, 8:37. Okarche, 8:39. So that's when these storms, the meaty parts, will be in these areas. Okay, let's go down to southwest Oklahoma. I want to see what that one down here is doing. By the way, this is the Dallas or the North Texas one still going nuts down here for wind. Tornado warning issued for this one. That's south of the Red River, west of Ringgold in Dickwursham. I don't think I've ever said that town's name. I probably butchered it. Anyway, so tornado was spotted there in the town, so you guys need to be in your shelters. That's on this storm here moving through, and it'll stay in North Texas. All right, so southwest Oklahoma is what I want to look at. I want to see what this one here in Snyder was doing. Probability of a tornado is up to 60%. Interesting. However, I don't see anything on radar. It's anything of value in that regard. All right, so let's go back up here. So this is the one I said we'll keep an eye on earlier. That was around Beckham and Sayre. This still looks like to be the tail end storm. Now, remember the hook configuration. If it's vertical or leans back this direction, not conducive for a tornado. So if it's in that that position, no. If it's in this position, no. It has to be in this position. That's when you're watching out for tornado. So until this swings around like this, which is going to be another, who knows, could be 10, 15, 20 minutes, you won't get that threat. But that is the area to watch. All right. Okay, so I'll just kind of keep an eye on these two guys to see if anything's happened with that. This one here, it did come through some subsidence, which weakened the storm, but it still has a good east-southeast fetch, a component in the wind field. It's along what was left over, that old outflow boundary down here. So we'll have to see if something comes of it later. There's still some instability to work with, even though it's been tampered quite a bit. So it may never do anything, but that's there. All right, let's go to Oklahoma City. Okay. So this one here has what looks to be a developing hook echo here in the Minco, west of Minco. Now, does that mean anything? Look, right here is the velocity data, and you can see it's all one color, right? So in this case, the answer is no. It means absolutely nothing. So we'll just see. We'll watch, see what happens with these guys. And every now and then I'll go and check the wind field and see if anything changes. So far it has not. Alright, so let's see. We'll zoom into this for a minute. Let's go take a look at that high resolution model that's on the short term with this new radar update that's come in. We'll see if it picked up on what's currently happening and what it thinks will happen. All right, so there's when it was at 7 o'clock. Okay, so it, what is this nonsense? All right, so it does just blow stuff up, and it moves it through the metro here at 8:30. Okay, there's one little hail track with it, right there. Then it's got the other stuff that comes in behind it, goes through the metro. All right, it's got that south wind I was looking at down here, and keeps it going for a long time, but just not quite as strong with a little bit of a hail track with it. And of course, it's got North Texas, Northeast Texas. All right, so let's go through. So we'll go through, what time was that? 8:10. So let's go to 8:30. These different members. Well, at least it now knows what's going on. It just keeps it going through here. Okay. So let's go like 9. Let's see, there's 9 o'clock. Still storms in around the metro. Okay. Now let's go to 9:30 when that line supposedly moves in. Okay, it has moved the line more south than it did in the other data set. So basically it does have it coming through all of Canadian and Oklahoma County. The other run we looked at, what, about an hour or so ago, had it split half and half. Half said it would stop right at downtown Oklahoma City, no more, and then the others had it going through. All right, and then that's it. But you see the weakening trend. Once it gets to I-35, it like just completely weakens. So that means the storms collapse. Let's go to the hail greater than 2 inches in diameter. Still nothing there on the paintball. So it still thinks the hail size will be under 2 inches. The updraft helicity. Still thinks we're going to have that moving through, but a lot weaker. But it still goes right through Oklahoma City. Now again, that means rotation in the storm, so that can be hail, wind, tornado. Let's go wind gusts. It should keep the wind gusts going. Actually,
TVS cell detected.
it keeps the stronger
Severe
winds,
hail detected.
probability-wise, just north of us towards Stillwater. But it does have it east of the metro. See how that kind of fans out once you get like Shawnee, from east side of Oklahoma County to Shawnee. It blows up in this little zone here for the wind, like in this zone. Okay, so let's see what else. So I guess really that's all you want to look at. All right. Okay, so we just sit here and watch these storms come in from the west. We'll see what these little hail algorithms say. All right, this is a probability of severe hail, like around Minko. Like, for example, it says 91%. This one says 85%. Out of these severe storms, this is where the algorithms like to pick the strongest part where the hail will be located. If you look at the mean estimated hail size, we'll see what it does here. So the Minko one, it says you could have hail sizes up to about 2 inches in diameter. And even the one out here that goes up on 37 and north of 152. Also same idea. So those are the two spots where right now the algorithms say, hey, we got some pretty good hail here. And these are these severe thunderstorm warnings. Now if you look here, there's a storm out here all by itself with no severe thunderstorm warning. And the hail algorithm is up around 1.4 inches. So technically there should be a severe thunderstorm warning for that. But so that's how you can find out where the little stronger hail cores are on this little product. And that's this little storm down here around Carnegie and Gracemont. They just kind of popped up. So as a rule of thumb, if you have, you see these little DBZ values, it's a measure of power. It's a power measurement that the radar sends out. When it sends out electromagnetic pulse in the atmosphere, whatever it hits, it comes back. And we have to measure that amount of return from the object, and we give it a value. We give it a DBZ value. And it's just a power measurement to say, hey, is it strong or weak? So in rule of thumb, just so you know, once you get to about 60 dBz, you usually have some hail in most atmospheres that you're dealing with, especially moist atmospheres. So and once you get to dBz values like up around like 70, and it looks like there might be some getting close. There's 67 to 70. When you get to about that range, you're in the golf ball size range of hailstones. So anytime you see DBZ values up around that, and most color palettes, now I will tell you this, the couple of TV stations fake their color palette. They make it hotter than it's supposed to be because it makes it look more scary or intense, and it's dumb because the meteorologist, you shouldn't want to do that because you should be able to equate, oh, this color means this because I know what this value is, because no one's ever going to show you a DBZ value on the television. This doesn't happen. I'm showing it to you because I'm a meteorologist. So anyway, point being is that way I can look at that and go, oh yeah, I know that value is right around mid 60s. And so that's going to probably be close to golf ball size hail. So that's how you can kind of equate hail size to DBZ values / color tables if you're using typically a standard color table that most radars use. Now if you tweak yours and change it, well then whatever. But that's how I do it. I was looking at some damage here from Loco, and there's a house and some trees that some house with some roof damage and some trees that were kind of decapitated. And if I remember right, I had pointed out that really strong wind circulation with the potential tornado development around Loco. So it looks like that did happen, and they did verify. So that was something I should take a note of. Okay, let's see here. So now, let me do some 3D stuff. I haven't done any 3D stuff today. All right, so we can see what these storms look like. So I'll just take a look at this one, for example. Actually, I wonder if I can get 2 of these. So we can look in the vertical dimension. We can check the updraft. See how the updraft slants? It slants up. Those are how updrafts are positioned in storms. So slants up. But anyway, I was going to do this because I wanted to look at the hail cores. So this value is around 60 dBz. Okay. So when I want to go find out where the big hail is, I just look vertically. I go, okay, this hail is being held aloft in the updraft region up to a height of around 40,000 feet. Now, if I want to see where the biggest hail is, I can change my slider from 60 to like, here's 64. I've pretty much gotten rid of all hail size, anything under 64 dBz. So in other words, I'm really trying to only find the bigger of the hail sizes. And that would be in these little, tiny little regions of the updraft here. And a lot of times when they get too big, then they'll just fall out back down the surface. When they get too big for the updraft to hold them up, then they just tumble down. And that's how you get the big hail that comes down. And if you can sometimes do a lapse, this one won't show it because I don't have hail that big. So let's go back to 60 dBz. Right here. So if I go a lapse, time lapse, go forward, you see how the hail goes up, up, and then if I did one more scan, some of this may come down. So I'll go backwards, right, when the storm's new. So you get growth of the hail core as updraft strengthens. You watch the hail core go up in the atmosphere. So forward, 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 forward. See? It's nice and tall, and so it's filling up this column. And then it must come down at some point. Anyway, so you can do vertical or three-dimensional views of storms just to check out their structure. You can sometimes look for the tornadoes. You can look for the hail cores. So it's kind of neat. Or you can just do a vertical slice. So you can cut the storms in half. And that way you can look at them vertically tilted, like so. And in this case, what I like to do with this one is then I would change over to the debris signature where I look for blue. And say for example, this was debris signature here from a tornado. I could see how strong it was by how high that blue signature gets carried. In other words, it would go like this in a column in the updraft up to 20,000 feet. That's how I would know it was a strong tornado and hit a lot of debris that would be lifted up in the storm. So that's another use for this. There's a lot of uses, but that's some of the common ones. Okay, so now this is usually how I look at storms. It's this flat panel. Lately I've been splitting the panel so it's a reflectivity on the left and velocity on the right. That way I don't have to keep pushing so many buttons because otherwise this little finger starts to cramp up. Ain't nobody got time for workman's comp. Workman's comp claims. What are you doing? I was working on the radar. Oh yeah? What are you doing? Pressing buttons. So, all right. And maybe my own workman's comp to myself. That's not going to help anybody.
TVS cell detected.
You don't say. Let's find out where that's at. It's probably in Texas. All right, so right now there are no tornado warnings at all over the state. The only thing that's tornadic in nature is a couple of warning storms down here in North Texas. But nothing in Oklahoma. This line continues to get closer. Let's see, how's it looking on the strength? It's already getting weaker. It's got more lightning with it up here. But DBZ values have come down. Let's go see what happened to this guy down here in the southwest. See if that hook ever got formed or whatever. So let's go take a look. So let's see. This is a Lawton one, or not Lawton. Yeah, I guess it's coming into Lawton now. Wasn't Snyder. Still nothing really doing with that. It is a wind maker though. It's standard wind, 60 plus miles per hour. Okay, so let's go over here. Did anything happen with this one? This is where things were starting to get a little bit better looking. I thought, okay, we got to get it to turn the other way. And what did it do? Nope. Couldn't do it. All right. So what happens now is we're getting late in the evening is that you will have a freak case where you'll get a storm somewhere that'll ramp up to some level to produce some briefly large hail, like tennis balls, out of the blue. Everyone else is going to behave. Everyone else will be like around an inch. You know, sometimes you'll have some golf balls thrown in there. But that's usually what happens when you get to this time of the evening. If you can get the shear component just right, some other ingredients, sometimes you can get the mesocyclone to spin up a brief tornado. So watch for that. But what we're going to kind of transition into is a damaging wind event as more of these storms start to kind of collapse with the lack of the daytime heating, and as they start to go into an environment where that's had a little bit more dry air at different levels of the atmosphere. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can look at that sounding. I wonder if they got it working. Yeah. Okay. So for example, see this? I talked about this at noon and last night. The difference between the red line and the green line. This is your dew point depression, meaning how dry it is in the atmosphere. All right. Very hard to get a tornado when you got a lot of dry air to overcome. That's for one thing. Another thing is you're going to get a really good damaging wind potential for momentum transfer. So we'll probably get some good damaging wind here in central Oklahoma as storms come into this environment because there's this extra component to work with. Let's see. They had mentioned D-Cape. Yeah, 1,300 joules. That's a good measurement of downburst potential for wind. Oddly enough, though, some other components on here that can measure wind didn't really register, which is why there's so many different readings, because sometimes some numbers don't jive with what the atmosphere really says. Okay, this is another little thing right here. See, this is the significant hail ship model. All right, we are on the borderline of the 2-inch, greater than 2-inch range. So this, oh, you can't see it over there. Shoot. Let me do this. Can I do this? Yeah, okay. All right. So this whisker box plot right here. It's a statistical thing. This is greater than equal to 2 inches in diameter, hailstone. And this is the line it needs to get into for that to happen. Now this line is at the bottom end of the tail, right? But this is the less than 2-inch size. It has cleared the box and on the top end of the whisker. So in other words, we're right at the cusp of 2-inch size hailstones. We don't quite have enough oomph to get them bigger than that, but we got plenty to keep them.
Cell detected.
We got plenty to keep them from that
Severe
size
hail detected.
and a little smaller. So we're at that level where at least we don't have to worry about giant hail anymore, like grapefruit size or baseball size, unless, like I mentioned, it's a one little freak deal that happens in this environment. Everybody else is going to behave according to what storms have to work with. But we also have a classic supercell structure. Wind shears, again, pretty decent on the turning. A little weak here aloft. You can mention around 10,000 feet. Photograph, though, is pretty good. So definitely supercell environment. Let's see. Cape values, they're all right. 2,000 joules at the most unstable layer, but only 1,200 mixed and 800 at the surface because of the drier dew point values. That's because the atmosphere is a little different here thanks to the storms that rolled through. So it changes the microclimate. It can put in little areas of dry air in that can get entrained. It did in this balloon sounding. So if that were to happen in a storm sounding, same kind of idea, would help to kind of limit some of the strength. But this 8 degree, looks like 8.8 degrees Celsius per kilometer. This just indicates your hail growth, where you can get some really good lapse rates right here for hail growth. So that's why you can still get the hail up to around 2 inches in diameter. That's big enough, though. You don't want 2 inches. that's big eggs. That's your farm-raised eggs, not your mass-produced tiny eggs from the grocery store. All right. Anyway, let's go back to round robin tour. I guess really we can probably narrow it down to one radar site at this point, because center Oklahoma radar is going to be able to cover most of what's happening coming in. Let's see here. So all these little orange boxes are all severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're all for the standard stuff. Winds up to about 70 and hail up to about golf ball size. Okay, so on the south end of the metro, Tuttle, Minco, Union City, these guys are some little hail makers. This one's 1.88 size, so just under the 2 inches that we talked about. Probability of a tornado, it says 43%. But it's going to have to show me something a lot better. This has a 2-inch marker, by the way, on the hail. This is actually the one that we did a vertical view from earlier. There's nothing in here that's going to say anything about rotation, though, so that's good. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one. This was the one that supposedly has 2-inch size hail. All right. So this is the hail core aloft, carries it up, and then falls back down. So let me see. I think I got it too small. I won't be able to see a good replay. A little bit. All right, so there's the... Okay, so in this case, we had this big blob of hail that had gone up, and what you're going to do is you're going to watch the next frame, some of it start to go down. And then you're going to watch this new hail core come in and take its place. It starts to go up. So we'll go from there to there. See how all of a sudden it widened out? That was that droppage of hail. All right. And then we've got this one all of a sudden. It goes, oop, nope, I'm going up to replace it. So there's your new hail core and your old hail core coming down. And then size-wise, let me go back to this one. And let me see what values we had. So we had some purple in there. So that was up around 64 dBz. So again, golf ball size hail to maybe, which is 1.75 inches, by the way, up to about eggs. So it's a good approximation. And the algorithm, that's what it had suggested. It said suggested 2-inch size hail. right, 8:30, so now it's starting to get dark. Got a lightning show going on out there. So I just saw some lightning. There we go. This is looking out to the west. All right. When it gets darker, should be able to see a lot of lightning come in. Okay, so these little guys here, looks like they're starting to have more of a southeastward movement. Or do they always have a southeastward movement? That was kind of east, and then it kind of went southeast. Yeah. Alright, so we'll do a storm track on these guys. The ones up here kind of fell apart, so there's really nothing to talk about in the northern part of the city. These are going to come in the south side. Once again, Norman, I don't know, man. You guys are a magnet this year for hail. I don't know what's going on. Coworker asked me, we get hit again? I just got a roof. I said, yeah, probably. Alright, so Newcastle 848, Norman 903, Hall Park 905. So that's when this hail core comes in to greet you and say, get a new roof. Remember, contact Ferguson Roof Systems. Top right part of your screen, you can hit the QR code. Let's see here. And then, that's the one at Tuttle. This one here, Union City. Let's take a look at that one. That one will hit Tuttle, the core of it. So after Tuttle, you've had this core. Guess what? You get a secondary core. Now, odds are this one won't be as strong as the first one because it comes into air that's a little bit more stabilized. So I don't think you'll have as big of a hail event on this one as you did with the first one. It just doesn't usually work out that way. But Tuttle east-west, 37. Just on the south end of that, there's your big hail up Union City, west of you guys, those little purple areas. All right, we're going to have to start changing over to wind here at some point as a threat. So let's start to kind of see if I got anything in the wind department yet. Not yet. All right. So let's see how our bad wind profile looks. No change really. The winds here at the surface became a little bit more southeasterly, but they also dropped to 15 knots. These winds here at this level actually dropped about 5 to 10 knots versus what they were an hour ago. These ones kind of picked up a little. So some subtle changes, nothing that's going to scream, guaranteed tornadic situation, but still a supercell situation for right now. Oh man, let's see. One-inch size hail reported there in Tuttle. All right, let's take a look at the wind field. Nope. So anyway, you have a little line moving through of some wind out of this Bridge Creek one. So a little shelf cloud. It's nothing.
Severe hail detected.
It's nothing tornadic. Nothing's going to be tornadic. There's really no velocity data with any of this stuff. It's all pretty weak. All right. At some point, we're going to switch over and the winds will start cranking. It's just a matter of time. It may be another half an hour, but once that happens, then we're going to see what the atmosphere is capable of. This little guy down here is still going. I'm going to switch radars just to see how he looks. All right. Alright, so no big deal with this one. Just going to be your typical wind. There's really not a whole lot of hail with this one. So this will be like a 60 mile per hour wind one until it gets a little stronger with the wind part of it. So there's going to be a new severe thunderstorm watch reissued, or I should say issued, which will take the place of the tornado watch that was issued for what's out there over the next few hours. Let's see if I've had anything that has been confirmed. Let's see. Okay. So, officially, from the Severe Weather Report Network, there has been two official tornado touchdowns. Okay. Well, we watched this one across the border into Texas. So, okay, so this is what gets me. This is such garbage. Tornado report, and it says tornado likely entered Ellis County as it was dissipating. Likely? No, man. Erase this garbage. If you can't say for certain, then don't put it on there. We know it was in Texas, the Texas side. We saw it. I had 3 different views of it, but that just irritates me. It's like, whatever, man. You just make up stuff. Oh, it likely did this. So it probably did that. Okay, let's make an official report. Whatever. Let it go. It's not your problem. Down south from there, this one was a, quote, train spotter that reported that one that was west of Durham, 7 miles south-southwest. Again, this had the better velocity data. I think that was right over the Texas border. So, I don't know, man. The legitimacy of these being in Oklahoma, I'm not so sure. For right across the border, yeah, sure, no problem. But whatever. It's off by just a few miles. Okay, so then down here in southern Oklahoma, so we do have 2 other reports down here for Loco. Okay. Storm Chaser had vision of it, and I saw a house with the roof hit, so I do know that one did happen. And I remember seeing it and talking about it on the radar, so I'm good with that one. In Hilton, look at that. That was 5 miles northwest. I talked about that one too. Storm Chaser says they have video on it of that one. Okay, so the 2 that I covered down there, based off the data, I would go for those 2 for sure. So, all right. Well, then right now it's the only 2 confirmed in the state, if we look at it that way, in this part of the state. Now, I do know there was a brief touchdown up here in Beaver County. It was like a funnel that briefly touched down for a few seconds. So technically there should be one up here at the start of this whole thing. But anyway, other than that, there's been a lot of funnels. There's been some wall clouds. But we'll probably get some more official reports that'll go in. The Weather Service always has to go out there and look for damage, by the way, to verify these things.
Severe hail detected.
Anyway, so I just want to check out, see where so far, the official reports had come in. But you can see the green. Those are all hail reports, and some blue is some wind reports. So kind of scattered about up here northwest and southwest and southern Oklahoma so far. There's one little green one here in central. Let's see. Grady, Tuttle, of course. Hello, Tuttle. 1 inch size hail. And then this one out here near Hinton looks like 1.5 inch size hail. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's see what's shaking with these guys. Coming in the southwest side of the metro. Alright, so this one has got some good hail cores with it. So I see a 1.25 inch report, another 1.25. There's a 1 inch, a 1 inch. The algorithm set up to 1.78, if you want to get specific. Alright, so this is all outflow dominated wind. So there is a wind that has already rushed out of the storm in this direction. So that kills any inflow back in this direction already. So it's all outflow dominated. All right, so we shall see what happens with the strength of the winds here with time. But what you end up getting, just so you guys know, is a lot of scary looking clouds. You get shelf clouds with this. But it's not tornadic, not even close. It just looks scary, and then it's getting close to dark, so the sunlight hits it, makes it look even, more ominous. But a lot of it can be scud and or shelf clouds, which is basically just when like the wind kind of undercuts the storm and comes out ahead of it. You get a nice lifting. All right, we're just babysitting thunderstorms at this point. This is what I usually don't do because I get bored with it. I mean, if you have storms that are mostly kind of just behaving, and you only have a few spots, it's not exactly life-threatening unless you're out there playing in it, right? And I can't help you in that regard. So I kind of focus on the extreme versions, right? Winds that are 80, 90 miles per hour or higher, tornadoes. Hail, although destructive, unless you're outside in it, it's no threat to life. I mean, I guess unless you're in your living room and one comes through the ceiling, but it's got to be a grapefruit for that to happen, and that's a freak event. So this storm's out here dying out, so they're running into this air mass that's been kind of overworked. So the tail end of this just keeps dying out. We didn't really have anything move through central Oklahoma, so we still have a chance to get some decent thunderstorms move through. Atmosphere's not worked over yet. Alright, so this green is starting to show up a little bit more, a little brighter. It just means that the winds are kind of coming up a little bit each volume scan of the radar. So that tells me that we might be in a situation where the wind component of this equation is starting to materialize. It should. We've been sitting here waiting for it. We're getting close to 9 o'clock. So this would probably be our first taste of what damaging wind can do. I'm gonna change radar views. So let's do this. Let's go down here.
TVS cell detected.
Okay. All right. Where we have these little brighter pinks around Newcastle. These are wind speeds coming in, or going away, I should say. Environmental flow is like 50 miles an hour going into the storm, but that's not really relative that you can feel. That's on a radar product. So we're going to watch for this green area here to start to get a little bit more filled with blue. And when that happens, we're going to get out of the 30s and into the 50s for miles per hour for the wind gusts. And this may end up becoming more of a damaging wind event. So that's what we're kind of waiting on, basically. And so this is the radar views right here. This is the terminal Doppler weather radar, and it's looking due west. So it's a good perpendicular component. So it's going to be able to measure these wind speeds really good. They're really good accurate estimation. And we'll be able to see how strong they are, which of course will come through Norman, Southmore. And there's a little bit of hail with that, but like I said, most of it around an inch in diameter. Alright, so we're going to wait, see how that gets a little stronger. So you look down here, for example. See how you get some blue mixed in here around cement. So those are winds up around more than 50. That's up around 2,000 feet elevation, but just goes to show you how the color tables will change, and that's when we'll start to see our stronger winds hit the surface. Alright, right now the strongest winds I have here about 42. Here's some blue starting to come in. That's right around 50, so it looks like we're finally starting. This is just on the east end of Bridge Creek. 44 and let's see, County Street 2977, Snow Hill Road, Creek 1220, Fox Lane, East Sooner Road. So this little quadrant here is where we're starting to get the winds get a little stronger. That little white area is 50 miles per hour. So, and then here's another one up here now, starting to get white. That's along Highway 37 and Council. So this is starting to pick up. So what will happen is the winds will start getting cranking probably as they get east of 35. You know the drill down there more in Norman. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you. Here's a little view outside again. I saw some, there we go, some good lightning coming through the little breaks. I think, was it Altus you guys had the other night? That little supercell that kept trucking? Man, it had quite a lightning show for you. That was quite a sight to see. So the bottom is the weather station from Tempest that I have overlaid on my weather cam, and you can get Tempest too. That's what it looks like. I have a post on a Facebook wall for Father's Day. There's a little discount code for $40 off. So if you're getting tired of buying him ties, get him a Tempest. Anyway, there's a promo code. That's my standard promo code, but like I said, there's a special code on that post. It's just a couple down if you go to my Facebook wall, and you can get that code in the link, and that'll save you some bucks. Otherwise, hit that QR code, and that'll take you there. Okay, so let's go back to radar here. All right, so we're going to watch basically this little cluster of storms in South Metro area. There's some other rain around, but it's nothing to talk about, honestly, at this point yet for Oklahoma City and surrounding regions. This is the only storm that has any significance of producing some wind, so we're going to kind of sit here and watch it for a little bit, see if it collapses. let's see. Let's do this. Whoa. All right. This is what I mean by the wind speeds around here. So there's 30 to 45. There were pockets of 50 a minute ago, but now they're back down around 45. So we're just watching to see if this little bow structure, as it moves east, intensifies any as it gets toward Moore and Norman to 35. Let's see here. So the leading edge of this wind is Norman about 903, Hall Park 905, and then you end up with Macomb and Brooksville at the end of this by 946. Let's see, movement on this is east at 37. So max hail to golf balls and wind gusts up to 70 is the wording. Hadn't happened yet. That's what we're waiting for. That path had a little different timing. Of course, it also may have depended on what part of Norman, but at 9:10, Hall Park 9:12, Pink at 9:47 for that storm track, and Moore 9:04. All right, see, so here's an example where you got a little of the white in there. So see, there's 56 miles per hour. See how quickly that changed from 45 to almost 55. So you guys in Newcastle getting a little wind right at the split of 44 and 62. Let's see. 277. Let's see. So there's Northwest 16th Street. Bradford Place. Northwest 22nd. Northeast 21st. Young. Right now, so that's a little pocket of wind. All right, so there's some ping pong ball size hail coming in around Newcastle. At Highway 76 and Northwest 16th. All right. Let's go back to this guy. So there's some blue out here, west of Hinton. It's up around 5,000 feet, but I think we're starting to get more of these little pockets of wind starting to show up. And then down here in Ninica and Agawam, same thing. Little blue areas here, about 50 or so. Through Surreal, Elgin, Medicine Park. So I think we're finally getting that little period where the winds are starting to materialize. Take a look at the bad. Imagine that. So as the storm begins to approach, which, let me see here. Let's go to this one. Ah, it's in the rain, that's why. I was like, I wonder why that bad wind profile data is so much stronger in these mid-levels. Well, that's because the storm has already moved in over top of the... actually, not yet. Hold on a second. Let me think. No, it's still good. So this is a little rain shield here. So it hasn't quite gotten there. All right, so... anyway, oh, no, where am I looking at? Yeah, I'm looking at Twin Lakes. Okay, good. So anyway, the shear profile is looking a little bit stronger here in the mid-levels. So a little bit of a change. But the storm is already gusted out, so it's even if the shear was a little better for the storm to come in, it's already in a configuration where it couldn't produce a tornado right now anyway. But the damaging wind component still may happen, so we'll see. All right, so see, we got more of this blue showing up. 61 miles per hour. What I tell you? Took a minute. Okay, so there's 59, 58, 60, 61, 60. Let's see, location. Oh, yes, Northeast 16th Street still. Okay, coming up on 72nd Avenue. There it is. That's hard to get that in there, isn't it? 72nd Avenue Northwest. That mouse is sensitive. And then you got Penn. That runs north of there. And then over here, 60th and Western. Indian Hills Road. Franklin. Tecumseh. And Rock Creek. This is 1, 2, 3, about 3 miles west of 35. So right now, we're going to have our strongest winds in that little quadrant coming through. So it'll pass between on the south side of Moore and the north side of Norman, as it looks right now. So there's one little pocket right now, which is the hot spot in this little blue area. Just between Franklin and Tecumseh, 72nd. And it's up around 60, 65 miles per hour. So that'll do a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy. Small tree limbs, twigs. There's a golf ball size hail report for Newcastle. Again, there's absolutely nothing traumatic about this, so just rest easy. Just here to see if we get some damaging winds out of it. Let's see, Frederick. Down here in southwest Oklahoma, this storm's still doing nothing. Again, the configuration for the hook echo is the wrong direction. You'll never get a tornado like this. It has to be like this. So this is still a nothing burger when it comes to tornadic development, but it still has some wind with it. So that hasn't really changed. All right, so you guys getting a lot, and I know you already dealt with some wind and hail earlier, but you got a little bit of wind with this one. Not as bad as the last one, so much more manageable, up around 50 to maybe 60. All right, so let's go back up here into the metro, and we'll see what these winds are doing. They're at 69. Look at that. 70-mile-per-hour winds. There you go. 70. All right. So this is a great measurement because the radar system, obviously, is right here. And this is looking due west, less than a mile away. So it's got and it's coming in from the west to east, so it's running right into the beam of the radar, straight in. It's not at an angle, so it's not something that's approaching from some odd cosine factor or whatever. It comes right up the poop chute, so that's going to give it a really good measurement on wind speeds. So far, the most we have is about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Okay, so this is coming down Franklin, I think we said it was, or actually Indian Hills Road, Franklin. I think Indian Hills Road, let's see, that's up here. So Franklin Road, and coming up on 36 soon, and of course I-35 soon. Going through 48th Avenue right now. These little neighborhood communities down here, Moorgate, Bellingham Lane, just north of Ridgeline. So Carrington, this road's up here, Pioneer Circle. So you guys will be getting the wind with this one. I'm going to switch to this also. Okay. All right, so now the winds have, and these stronger red areas have moved through in the next scan to I-35, and they're up around 67. So the newest scan, they're 69, so still up around 70. That's moving through now. So this is the solid line of wind. So just so you know, can I give a heads up here? As the colors on the radar view, when you're talking about velocity, red means winds going away from a radar. Green means winds coming toward a radar. So here's you have winds coming toward a radar. It's in green, but then once they go away from the radar, it changes over to red. This is your zero isodop. This is where you change that over and you get into a different direction. And that's why we're talking about tornadoes. We talk about red and green. That just means green's going toward the radar, red's going away. And so we look for those couplets in that fashion. So in this particular case, this is just a west to east wind and no circulation. We're just watching for a straight line wind event to unfold in this direction. Let's see here. So we still got winds up around 60, 62, 59, 58 on the east side of I-35. So it's not, looks like it's not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. But that's what we've got here for you. Let me see if anything else shows up. Here's a little pocket of wind down here. South May Avenue and Southeast 32nd Street. Southeast of Newcastle, coming up on the river and north of Highway 9. Okay, that new data just came in. Let's see. That shifted north and weakened. So here you have a little bit of a divergent signature. This is green going toward the radar up here. This is red going away. So with that divergent signature, that means you have a downburst. Kind of like a microburst in this case. So what happens is in the central part, that's where you get your damaging winds that come straight down. So that may not be measured that well as far as the max speed at that point, but we can tell it's going to be a little damaging wind area because you get a stronger wind on this end and a stronger wind on this end as they split apart. Now in other parts of the country, they don't do this. They don't show velocity on the radar, right? So A, they don't do that. B, they certainly don't do it, teach you how to interpret it and read it. A lot of times, Oklahoma is unique in that we go crazy with this stuff. And then in bigger weather markets that are more important, they will spend some time. Like in Alabama, they'll do it. You got some good weather guys on air that do that. All right, so there's still some pink in here, which indicates there's still some pockets of hail up to golf ball size. But that's more of the exception than the rule. Otherwise, we're just looking at wind with all this stuff. Okay, so Tidwar is showing winds now have calmed down quite a bit, around 50. So you guys lucked out between Moore and Norman on I-35. The wind's dropped its low just west of the interstate, and now it's going through all this densely populated neighborhood areas. You guys have a gentle breeze at 45 miles an hour. So there's still some more wind to go, though, so don't get too excited. Just because this first round didn't do much doesn't mean you can't get another one. Let me see here. Okay, so watch this in animation. Okay, so you have this straight line wind that comes in like this, and then watch this little divergent signature at the bottom going this way and this way. Right here. And that is how you find out where you get your damaging wind microburst situation. That said, it's still fairly weak. I mean, this signature isn't really all that super strong. Usually, microbursts can be 60 miles an hour, or they can be 120 miles per hour, or even, sometimes higher. They can get really, really crazy. This one has about a 40, a 45, and a 30, 35. So get about a 70 to 80 mile per hour velocity component of max winds that you may find in the dead center of that as a rough estimate. All right. So the line that's been moving in from northwest Oklahoma also has a lot of wind with that. So up around 50 to 60. And this is going to be at another different altitude. Let me see if I can... I can. 2,000 feet. So, the odds of getting a tornado right now in central Oklahoma are pretty close to zero. Those were better odds out in west and southwest Oklahoma where they belonged. And that's pretty much where we saw most of the circulations. And then along the Red River, along a little front down there that moved into North Texas. And even given all that, they had a very difficult time producing tornadoes. There was some dry air, as I talked about, in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and then also, which kind of helped keep the cloud bases up a little
Severe
bit
hail detected.
in the mixing. So it was an offsetting factor to get tornadoes. But the wind and the hail, for sure, and the biggest, strongest storms, some nasty size hail and some wind. So now we're in that collapsing stage of how these storms weaken. And which is a good thing normally, right? Except for in the collapsing stage, a lot of that momentum can come transferring downward to the surface in the form of some damaging winds. So that's kind of where we're at right now with this. So keep the Weather Service will keep the severe thunderstorm warnings going because of just the wind. Like, for example, this one expires till 10. moving east at 39. Hail size coming down in the warnings, only an inch and a half. Let's see here. Wording on this one. Storm around Norman and Goldsby, east at 40. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So they've dropped the wind gusts down. And they've included a ton of people: southeast Oklahoma City, Norman, Moore, Shawnee, Newcastle, Tecumseh, Purcell, Noble, Slaughterville, Pink, Goldsby, Cole, Tribby, Winnett, Etowah, Brooksville, Macomb, Stella, Stanley Draper Lake, and Lake Thunderbird. Just about everybody. All right, so we're going to wait to see if we get another burst of wind out of some of these or one of these. So some new storm development down here at Lindsay to Purcell. Nothing with that on wind or anything. Okay, this guy down here still doing its old typical thing. Just a little bit of lightning, some heavy rain, pockets of wind. Really not even any hail anymore. The DBZ values are too low. So it's on its decaying line, so probably wind will be the big deal with that one. All right. So everything's weakening on the reflectivity side of things. So that means that that part of the forecast continues to verify, and the fact that we don't have any tornadoes around here verifies. The fact that the hail sizes are coming down verifies. And the fact the winds have gone up a little bit so far is verified. What we have not verified is wind gusts in excess of 70, 80, or even possibly 90 miles per hour. That hasn't happened yet. I don't want it to happen, but that would be the one thing that would bust if these storms here, as they collapse, don't start producing stronger winds. If they do, then that would be 100% forecast verification, which is pretty good. Hey, gone under the weather's come a long ways. Now, I can't speak on everybody's behalf because I don't know what all the other forecasts were out there, but that was just mine. So we've come a long ways in what we can tell you and how things evolve. It's a good time to get in the science. If you have kids, preteens, teens that are fascinated with weather, get them into the science and math, computer science, chemistry, physics, all that stuff. If they live and breathe or have an interest in any of that, how things work, engineering, get them in those extra classes, AP classes, or whatever they call them now, high school type classes, and when you get in high school, college type classes, whatever they can do to expand their knowledge and get a little ahead. Now, once they get into college, trust me, it's a whole different animal. Even if you did excel in high school, etc., that's a whole level of nonsense on the education side. Ooh, got some good lightning with this. Take a look. Now I'm pointing my camera to the west at that line that's coming in to northwest Edmond. So there's the ominous looking shelf cloud edge of this line that a lot of times will have little updrafts and scud
Severe hail detected.
Things that move around. But it also has the nice lightning with it in display. And this looks like we'll have some wind with it. I've got a southeast wind currently. Well, I say that. Did my winds just shift? Look at that. They just did. So I'm getting a wind shift as we speak. So I'll see if I get anything stronger, than 20 miles an hour or whatever. But anyway, so there's the approaching line. So if you go over here to the radar map in Edmond, you can see this is Portland, 74. So on the northwest side of Edmond, you can see the line where the winds are coming in out of the northwest. So they're changing colors here. So we'll see, there's a lot of blue in here, which is around 50 to 55. So we'll see if I get anything significant on the wind side as it comes in to my neck of the woods. Let's see. All right. Let's see down here. Little hail core in Goolsby just picked up. That's 2. Whoa. Now see, remember I told you that somebody somewhere, there'll be an isolated amount that gets excited. So this algorithm here got excited. 2.43 inches. And they said a little white area. That's probably close to 70 dBz. I'll have to flip over radars though. Shoot. Don't let me miss it. Here it is. Let's do this one first. I'm getting dizzy. All right. Where is it? Yeah, that's the one I wanted to measure real quick. 70 dBz. We got it. All right. So now let's go take a look at what that looks like when we do a 3D. Oh, I lost it. But let me go back. I wonder if I can still get it. Look at that. 30,000 feet. So that's the hail core. Now, depending on when this was sampled, we may have it or we may not. Yeah, that only goes to 66 dBz. Yeah, because on the bottom, I don't have that white spot. So that product is made a different timestamp than this one. So I might get it with the next update, though. We'll see. Otherwise, this is a pretty good hail core that's expanded around Goolsby. So you guys in and around Goolsby, Burr, West Burr Oak. We also have West Center Road, Northwest 24th Avenue, up here North Atkins Road. So a little hail core going through this little zone. From this storm, that's the strongest part of the storm as far as hail is concerned. So you're going to get some nasty size hail. So there'll be some new roofs going into this community and around Goolsby. All right, let me see if I can't get this guy again. What time is that? Oh, no, I'll have to wait for the next update. Shoot. All right, well, we'll see. There's no really wind with that, though, with any of this down here anymore. Right now, only wind showing up is around coming into northwest Edmond. Let me see if this will show me. So 2 inches there on that deal and 2.5 inches on this one. So it dropped its hail core on the northwest side as it crossed over Highway 9, not 9, 35, yeah. It dropped its core before getting to 9. So there you go. Just a small little hail core that went up and came right back down. I was trying to capture it on the vertical. Let me see. There's a wind gust width of 61. Okay, so this one will have it. It just takes sometimes a little longer for this product to be made on the radar. But if you look down here at the bottom, you can see that little white spot. So what am I at? 63 dBz. So here's 66, 67. There's 68. A glimmer that was coming down onto the surface at this point. So that was where the biggest hailstones were falling to the ground. They were no longer being held aloft. So anyway, got to find something to talk about. All right, let's go. So that would be the south end of Norman, by the way, up around Highway 9. That's still going to get the residual of this hail core, because obviously there's still going to be some hail with it. If I were to do, oh, I think I got a wind gust. Yeah, if I look here, these values up here are still kind of in the purple area, so that's still in the mid 60 dBz values. So there's still some hail to come down, so don't get too excited. All right, so like I said, I had a pretty good wind gust here. I think I missed it. Northwest 28. All right, I had a wind gust of 40. That's all I had with this one. Still going though. Oh, it's at 45. Ooh. Just saw a wind gust of 45. 49, officially. Get up there. All right, so I am looking. Let's get this over. So it's kind of in this area of coming in northwest Edmonds, just this little patch you see up here where the radar beam is estimating up around 60. And these little blue areas, there's 65. So the most I had was 49, but I'd have to get hit by one of these little spots to get higher. There's some more wind. You can see my tempest gauge on the bottom right for an instantaneous. So I have two wind gauges. I look at that one, and then I can look at the record. I like the gust recorder on my Davis and on my website over here. So I'm just going to curious to see how well this matches up with what the reality shows. All right. No other wind to speak of any consequence here in the metro. Everything else is pretty well behaved. So really we're going to watch this wind come in the northwest corner of town around Edmond and see if it matches the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts until something else happens with one of these others and we start to get a little bit more of a downdraft. It is almost 9:30. So timing on this was all right. Most of it was supposed to come between 7 and 9, and we kind of had a little mixed bag there. Didn't quite exactly behave the timeline. And then now we're at 9:30, so we're pushing the western fringe. It just took forever to get here. So that'd be the one part of the forecast that didn't verify 100%. All right, let's see here. So the hail sizes are coming down. There's not a lot less pink on the map here. So if you go through the Goldspie thing, you take a due east.
Severe hail detected.
You're getting a lot less pink on the map. There's still going to be some good sizes here. And there's some hailstones on the north end of this reported up around an inch. All right. So the Mesonet in Norman had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and an 84. How about that? Now that was back when we were measuring. Now it's blowing. That was back when we were measuring, 70 on radar? So as far as the stronger winds here coming into Edmond on 74, it's 192nd, 178th or Edmond, and then 164th. Let's see here. All in these winds coming in like Hefner. These are all in the blue, which is right around 60. Let's see here. So all on the west side of Edmond, there's still some blues. It's about 50 to as most 60. I haven't had anything. I'm at 49, so I haven't had the 60s. Let's see here. Let's go. See, there's 60 in some of these blue areas, otherwise lots of 50s. So, the village, there's a little spot down here, a little blue that's gotten some 65. Here's north side Lake Hefner up around 60. So right now, this one seems to be the strongest, which is around Hefner Road and off 77. And northeast 93rd. So south of 122nd. So this little batch here, it's got a little bit of wind with it going through the east side of the village. Here's some little pockets of blue. Where's this? 164th and Penn. So that's some pockets of blue in there, which is right around, says 60, 62. So I didn't get anything close to 60. I was about 10 miles per hour less than that. I'll switch over to a different radar just to see if that gives me anything different. So this one, up around 60, 50 to 60, 50 to 60. A little lower than this radar has a little bit lower wind speed detection than the other one does. And this is probably more reasonable. Kind of fits a little bit closer to what I was getting. Alright, well so far 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, worst case here in the north side of Oklahoma City, and it's Edmond. The strongest wind gust the metro was at Norman Mesonet Station, which said 85. Now that can be quality controlled to make sure, because we had radar winds of 70. I didn't see any 85s, so they may go back and throw it out or keep it. I don't know, but that's been the strongest winds reported here in the metro so far. So again, that's all I've got so far. But this green line is where the wind shift is coming in. So right down I-35, right down I-44, and then south side will be getting here soon. Rainfall wise, let's take a look at that. Oh, by the way, the hail here continues to show a little bit between Noble and Slaughterville. Little pockets of but East Branch, Boone Creek. But But anyway, that's between 60th Avenue Southeast and the intersection of Cemetery Road and also East McGuire Road. And who else we got up here? East Etowah Road. So that's going to be a little hail core out of this particular storm. Nothing substantial out of the one south of that. Rainfall for the up in Edmond area and Cashin and Seward. It's nothing crazy there. Nothing hail related. All right, listen. Unless we get some damaging winds sometime out of this is your garden variety, no big deal thunderstorm going through Oklahoma City. It's funny though, watching these guys on TV that make it seem like a really huge deal. I mean, they really talk about it. They got a lot of animation, pointing out the fact you're going to get a gust of 40 here and a gust of 50 there. And it's really coming in. Boy, that raindrops are coming in heavy. Boy, just here, look at the time of arrival on these raindrops. So that stuff just doesn't do anything for me. I'm irritated. It's whatever. It's just rain, man. But if you guys get conditioned to be afraid every time a raindrop happens and a lightning bolt strikes, then there you go. It's a self-feeding entity, which I play no part in. Alright. I really should have been off the air like 2 hours ago. We're waiting to see if we get some damaging wind here in the metro. The only thing we had was that one little brief stretch just west of 35 in Norman, and then a little bit of hail core that came out around the Goldsby area. So far, those are the only two in the immediate metro that was of significance. We had some decent hail, Canadian County out west of El Reno for a little bit. Anyway, all right. If this doesn't change, it starts to drop some wind, then I'm going to sign off just because I got to see a change here in the configuration. I am starting to see a little bit of a comma head right here with the bow structure here like this. So this might be the beginning stages of a straight line wind event as it comes down to this area, right? Into this region. So this right here may turn into that, which would actually go with the model data from before. So that would be something to watch for. Hadn't happened yet, but that's your kind of a mid-level jet circulation. So it's kind of like a low. So it's like an area of low pressure that develops, and you get this jet feature that rotates around the back end, and then that's what helps to kind of create a damaging wind event that comes down as things mature, and it gets kind of a line echo wave pattern kind of a deal, this little meso low. So that's what watch for out of this configuration. So that's what looks like to me is what's developing on the radar. Meanwhile, this stuff out here in Edmond and elsewhere, it's just beneficial rain. When you need more of it, bring it on. Let's see, wind-wise, there's a lot more blue on the map here. Now, all this blue, let me go here. Let me switch. So this is all still says 50 to 60. All right, I can tell you right now, I've had no 60 mile per hour wind gusts anywhere. So I'm going to say that while these wind speeds may be detected around 500 feet off the ground, etc., they are not making their way to the surface to a measurable level And I've been in the middle of those, quote, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're just not happening. I'm going to switch to another radar. Go to this one. Now it sounds windy. It is wind-driven rain. And I've got sustained winds like up around 40 at times, but I'm just not getting anything that's over 50. Just sideways rain. What is this? A rain report? Tree limbs broken. Tree limbs broken. Lawn furniture or trash cans displaced. Alright, where was that at? That was at West Edmond, so 178th, I think. Yeah, here's 164th and Western. So 164th and Western. Somebody got a wind gust enough to move a trash can around and get a tiny tree limb broken, supposedly. That's the only reports I have in Edmond. Only in Oklahoma City, where everybody goes wall to wall for rain. Only here, man. Only here. So basically, everybody's just waiting for potential, right? It's like, well, it could do it, so we'll just sit here and wait and catch it if it does. That's basically the thought process. And it might. Somewhere somebody's going to get some wind. It's like watching grass grow. It's like, who's going to get it and when? And since this is moving through the heart of the metro right now, it's like, all right, well, this could increase, right? So we'll see if it does. It's supposed to, in the short-term data, we're supposed to have these little pockets of winds up around 70 and 80 plus, so I haven't seen it yet. I almost got about a half inch of rain though, I think. Let me go take a look at the tempest. Okay, let me refresh that, because that certainly is not. Where's my deal? Oh, here it is. There we go. Extreme rain, 0.59 inches. Don't have to water today.
TVS cell detected.
Didn't have to water the garden. So Jody convinced me to finally build her a garden box. What I should have done is bought one of those like prefab deals you can buy like on Amazon or whatever, like the large bucket basically. No, I gotta go to the hardware store and do it the old-fashioned way and buy some cedar planks, 2x6 by, was it 8 feet, I think it is, at $59 a piece. It'll be the most expensive lettuce I've ever eaten. But made her happy though. She'd been wanting that for a couple of years. And I finally got off my butt and built one. So I used to garden when I was a kid at my grandparents' house. two places, Tyler, Texas, and Belma, Oklahoma. Used to grow some stuff. Watermelon, strawberries, my favorite. Both of those. But now she's growing lettuce, spinach, corn. I don't know how corn's going to do, but she said, why not? I said, okay. I think watermelon, cucumbers, zucchini, peppers, tomatoes. She tried radishes, but they didn't take, she said. I don't know what's going on with that. And then a bunch of herbs, right? So all your standard herbs are in there. What am I missing? Some beets. Yeah, some beets. Got ourselves some beets. Let's see. Some beans, too. I think there was supposedly some beans, but I don't think they took either.
Okra?
You didn't play no okra?
Yeah.
What? We got okra? I don't know about that. I think she's yanking my chain. I like okra. All right. She says she planted okra. There better be some okra out there. Tell you what, only way to eat it though is fried, deep fried okra. That's the best. My grandma used to pickle it too, though. That's actually not bad. Pickled okra is not terrible either. Anyway, I think I covered most of what's in that garden bed. It's a pretty big garden bed. I think it only cost me $1,000 because you had to get the wood, you got to get the concrete, like cinders, blocks to put them together, the rebar, and then you got to order the dirt. So, big truck of dirt, and well, not just dirt, but garden soil, which they charge 10 times more for, I'm sure. So, anyway, put it all together one weekend, knocked it out. So we'll see how it goes. She's gonna find out how growing stuff in Oklahoma is different than growing it in Canada. But what you can get. So if you've got a garden box, put it in the comments section. Tell us what you got. We're just sitting here watching it rain. Might as well talk about something of interest. Oh, let's see here. What's this wind doing? I see some blues. Close to 60. It's I-35. And so 62. What's this one? Is this 10th? Yeah, Northeast 10th Street. So Bryant Avenue. This little batch here of blue is up around 60 miles per hour. Now it's getting closer to the radar, so it should be more accurate of a measurement than it was up here in Edmond. Even though, let's see, altitude of this one, radar beam is at 700 feet. Up here, the altitude was around 1,500 feet. So you see what I mean? You usually, it's a rule of thumb, subtract like 10 miles per hour off that distance of 1,000 feet because of friction and everything else. So this is probably more accurate when it's measured down here at 750, for example. So I'd be more willing to buy that these values here are more accurate. It's just a little pocket of them. 60, 61, 62. Coming to Midwest City. So you guys have 60 mile per hour winds in Midwest City. Just so you know, a severe thunderstorm criteria wind is 58. So it is just a couple over the limit of a severe thunderstorm. I still haven't had anything higher than the 49 from a long time ago. I'm getting hungry. It's almost 10 o'clock. I wonder what she baked. She was in there baking something. You know what that means. Goodies. And then she went outside. I think she cooked her probably some dinner. We have one of those Ninja foodie deals. It's a all-in-one, deep deep fryer. Not, I mean, it doesn't really deep fry. It's air fry, etc. So it's best to do that stuff outside on the patio, so you don't have to deal with the smell of the cooking. It's just not the same. You try to vent it out, put it out there in the back.
No, I checked on the little robins.
Oh, she was checking on the robins. We got a bird nest. She's all concerned that they're not going to survive the weather. All right, so 1,000-foot elevation right here in this borderline of, or bordered area of the Turnpike, Broadway Extension, and 35 and 44. All right, this whole area right here, 1,000 feet. So we still have to subtract about 10 miles per hour off the numbers. So what we have is up to around 70. So there's starting to be some darker colors of blue showing up here. So that means 70 is really 60. 70 is the new 60. Like 60 is the new 50, and 50 is the new 40. As you get older, you'll understand that joke. But anyway, so there you go. There's still some pockets here that'll be around 60 miles per hour once you take this little number down. And let's see, the strongest looks like currently around Britton Road and 35. This little patch there. All right, down here, these little guys up around 50 to 60, Midwest City, Morris McGee Drive, North Midwest City Boulevard, Reno, Air Depot, Douglas. So this little patch here, it's got a little wind with it. That's it. Okay, so look down here, Paul's Valley. Okay, it's on Liberty Road. What's this number? 65, 69 miles per hour. Now again, you do have to do the at least 10 mile per hour rule. So we're looking at least maybe 60, but that's new. So this is maybe the sign that we're starting to get some more pockets of wind coming down. Distance from the radar is going to put it at 3,000 feet, so it's still way up there. See what happens. And then this guy here, which was trying to form a little line. Let's see what it's doing. Whatever happened to it. Just never quite did what it was supposed to do. Still trying though. Let me see. Yeah. See, here's that little pocket here showing up. Boom. This guy here. So, Oklahoma City, congratulations. You had yourself another garden variety thunderstorm. Now, we did have, technically, severe thunderstorm warnings on them for the potential that was never quite realized in most areas. Some of you just had the bare minimum of a severe thunderstorm, which is winds up around 58 miles per hour and hail up to about 1 inch in size. Didn't really get the hail out of this northern fringe as expected, but you get some hail on the south side. And you get a little bit of wind from here on out, and some of the stuff that keeps going before it finally all kind of dies out. Now, the data does indicate
Severe hail detected.
that all of this activity here, right, will work its way all the way down southeast Oklahoma through midnight to about 2 o'clock in the morning by the time it gets down to this region. And along the way, in just various random spots, you're going to get winds in excess of 70 miles per hour according to the data. So keep that in mind. Now, I will not be able to stay up all night to watch for these little random spots because I have to work tomorrow, like most of you probably do. But that is what the forecast is for the remainder of the next 4 hours. Doesn't mean everybody around here is going to get it. Like I said, just going to be hit and miss, it looks like. Let's see this stuff down here. let me go with this guy and see what happened with the winds. They did increase. So this got some pretty good wind with it in little pockets from Velma through Loco to Grady. That'll be coming in toward your neck of the woods over about the next 20 minutes. Nothing tornadic, just pockets of wind. These little rear inflow jets right here, these little notches. So you're getting some wind that'll kick through that. Alright, so that's for southern Oklahoma. So you guys in Ardmore, I-35, you'll have a little wind with this as it moves through. Odds are it'll continue to weaken though, because it'll go into this area here that's already been overworked from these guys down here. Speaking of which, I wonder how they're doing. Let's go down here. So they're staying north of Dallas and Fort Worth, and so far staying north of Rockwall. But it looks like this tail end may just clip Rockwall. So otherwise, within all this is like a lot of reports of 1/4 to 1 inch size hail. There is still a tornado warning for this particular spot. Westminster, Anna, Blue Ridge. Anyway, so something embedded within all that mess that may have something tragic in it. Alright, otherwise we just have weakening storms up here in northern Oklahoma. Speaking of which, let me see what's going on up here with these wind reports. Let's see, this one. Gust of 46. Lawn furniture, twigs. Here's a gust of 67. Marshall. So some gusts up there in northern Oklahoma too. All right, 3-inch tree limbs broken. Power poles broken. That is right on the turnpike in Bryant Avenue. So that's on the north fringe where we saw the 70-mile-per-hour winds. So you subtract 10, you get 60 kind of a deal. So that's where that little region hit. So maybe that a couple of those winds did make it down to the surface. Oh, and Frederick. That's not going to give me anything. Let's go to this one, I suppose. Yeah, the strongest winds right here at this spot on radar was 63, 65 that I could find. Usually a wind speed of
TVS cell detected.
63 or 65 won't bring down a power pole, so there may be something else to the story. All right, Weather Service just put out a statement. They're going to continue to keep the severe thunderstorm warnings going for the remainder of the evening for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, meaning somebody is probably going to get something eventually. So that would be the one part of the forecast that busted pretty significantly. The damaging wind on a larger level, widespread level, as these storms come in and collapse and weaken. We did not see that here. Most I saw that was legitimate was probably around 60. We did get that one report in Norman up around 85. If you look right here, this is the location of the mesonet. And it says 84 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, at the time that this happened, radar estimated 70, but not 84. So, not sure if that was legit. They'll have to check the instrumentation to see. But regardless, that was about the only thing that had any significant wind with it of that magnitude. And if it was 84, we should have damage on some power poles or something around here. That's another thing. So if you're going to get a damaged 3-inch power limb or tree limb and a power pole down at 60 miles per hour, you better get something at 84. Or something's goofy in one of the other reports. All right, so still these little green areas and blue areas, all 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, pretty common. So somewhere someone's gonna get a little bit more than that. And down here in the southern end of this line, there's these little eddies. They're gonna have little pockets of wind, like this one in Stratford, this little red area. So you're gonna have a little wind with that. So in that case, you can use my weather app, AT's Weather to Go. It'll let you know when there's a quote danger storm approaching, which will have like some wind with it. I don't expect any tornadoes tonight, so I wouldn't worry about that. If you get a wind gust up around 80 to 90, that's equivalent of a small tornado. But you'll be very unlucky to get that because they'll be very isolated, and I don't think they'll be that strong looking at the way things are going with the data. So that's the difference there. But otherwise, that's it. So let's see, 4 hours of broadcast coverage. So it's not terrible. Just there wasn't a whole lot to show for it in the last 2 hours of that as far as anything of significant magnitude. But that's good, not complaining, because we obviously would prefer to have storms that don't produce severe weather. But anyway, it is what it is. Listen, thank you guys for tuning in tonight, for watching the coverage, liking and sharing the video, all that kind of stuff. Make sure you tell your friends and family, especially those that aren't from around here and they live out in California, or they're New Yorkers, or they're from Colorado or Oregon, and they're like, hey, what's all this about tornadoes all the time? And everybody on the TV is going nuts, and they're all saying this, that, and the other. Let them know that they can get the real deal here. So it's much more laid back, much more calm. It's all science-based. There's no hype in it. There's no jumping up and down and screaming names and whatever. It's not a showmanship type deal. It's more of a science-based approach. And since I'm not constrained by the TV news networks anymore to do what they tell me to do and how they tell me to do it, I don't have to do it that way. I can tell you some stories for another time, another place. Anyway, thanks for tuning in tonight, guys. Appreciate your watching of the coverage of AT's weather. And I will probably do a live on Friday, maybe lunchtime, or I might make a post. I'm not sure. There's a threat of severe weather on Saturday, so I will be talking about that real quick. For those folks that are just hanging on here at the last second, I'll just see what the new data says. It just came in. I haven't looked at it, so we'll just see what it's kind of hinting at for Saturday. So let's see. Here's Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, evening. It has a cluster of supercells that try to get going in the southeast Texas Panhandle and up into northwestern Oklahoma up here. Kind of like what they did tonight with some helicity tracks, meaning some wind and hail. What kind of environment they're working into? A lot of dry air. Again, so LCLs are high. Wind shear turns with height, but it's not overly strong. So analogs, 2 to 3 inch size hail, supercell structures, yep. Photograph, yep. So you want my opinion? Quickly, looking at one model data, and that's it. Given that look, not really a very low end tornado threat. If they do, they're short lasting, and it's mostly hail and wind. And if you go to another view here, they say nothing really happens of any consequence that survives in the evening around that area. Probably because maybe it has a big cap that moves in. Let me see. Oh, look at all that dry air. Yeah, it's Saturday doesn't look all that great to me. Anyway, and then we'll have some overnight stuff that comes in central Oklahoma, 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's see what we got here. More dry air. I'm over it. Anyway, so the pockets of maybe some small hail with that, and it'd probably be pockets of wind. But we saw what tonight did us, and we had a better environment set up than we do on Saturdays the way it looks right now. All right, so there you go. That's your quick look at Saturday. Otherwise, I think the weekend's pretty decent. Besides that stuff, we'll look at one more deal just real quick. 'Cause I think Sunday was dry. Sunday morning. So this Saturday night, Sunday morning, and then after that, good. So the weekend looks pretty decent overall. Because if we do, we get the storms at nighttime, right? So that's the best time to get them. Okay, I'm out for real this time. I'm gonna go eat. You guys enjoy the rest of your night. Sleep well, and we will see you again on the next broadcast. Take care.